He just left. He was running out when I was.
All right, I'm going to call the September 17th, 2024 Committee of the Whole to order. Clerk, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLue, Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, here. Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales,
Present.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs, Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
You have 5 present.
All right, and before we go into public comment, I'd like to exercise Chair's prerogative. The administrator would like to introduce 2 new employees. So, Administrator Callan.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioners, this evening, I would like to introduce 2 new employees. The first being our DEI Director, Del Darnell, and then our new Emergency Management Specialist, Casey Coffey. So I'll have Del Darnell come up and introduce themselves very briefly, and then we'll turn it over to Casey Coffey to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for having me. As Administrator Catlin said, Del Darnell, and very excited to be here as the new Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Director, started last week. Background in largely nonprofit, all DEI related. So very excited to be here. Lots of ideas. If you haven't heard from me already, you will. I'd love to set up meetings with each of you to hear about kind of your experience and what you'd like to see from the DEI department moving forward. If there's any specific requests you have or how we can support you. So thank you for your service. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And now Casey.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Casey Coffey. I've been in the Kalamazoo area for about 4.5, almost 5 years. I'm very excited to take on this emergency management specialist position. I have a background in a bachelor's degree in fire and emergency management, 5 years of EMS experience. So I kind of see both or multiple different aspects to this job. And I'm really looking forward to interacting with all of you, getting some feedback from all of you, and seeing where this career can take me with Kalamazoo County. And I'm very excited.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda, we have public comment. This is an opportunity for residents to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us our name, where you're from, and you have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Adrienne Zaya. I am the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for YWCA of Kalamazoo. Today, I'm coming before this body to ask that during this upcoming budget cycle and conversation, we ask for your continued partnership in addressing health equity in Kalamazoo County through the renewed financial support of the YWCA Kalamazoo's Reproductive Health Fund. Since 2021, the YWCA Kalamazoo has been serving Kalamazoo residents through our fund for the first comprehensive reproductive health fund in the United States. We do this to ensure women, identities that align with LGBTQIA+ and non-binary, survivors of violence, and individuals working to make ends meet have access to quality, affordable, comprehensive, and culturally competent reproductive health care. Since its inception, the Reproductive Health Fund has been utilized for nearly over 600 services, including but not limited to doula care, abortion, and in 2023, the majority of services covered included a wide range of gender-affirming care. Of those utilizing the reproductive health funds in this last year, over 50% were people of color, 54% identified as LGBTQIA+, and 61% had a household income of less than $24,600. As demonstrated by those served, not only has the Reproductive Health Fund directly contributed to the residents' ability to access essential health care, but highlights the reality that many in Kalamazoo County still face obstacles to affordable health care. YWCA Kalamazoo is dedicated to addressing persistent barriers to comprehensive reproductive health care locally caused by social and economic determinants of health. Our organization remains committed to strengthening community partnerships, enhancing infrastructure, and collaborating with others to uphold residents' constitutional rights and access to such care. Nevertheless, the work cannot continue without funding from the Kalamazoo County and the Board of Commissioners. As we approach the end of 2024, YWCA Kalamazoo's Reproductive Health Fund is on track to exceed services provided during 2023 and every year before it, demonstrating a continuous growth and need for care support for residents of Kalamazoo. Investments from Kalamazoo County and the Reproductive Health Fund can continue to play a pivotal role in ensuring access to care for those most marginalized, making better health outcomes a reality while providing individuals the care that they need to live whole, healthy, and authentic lives. Therefore, during this budget cycle, YWCA Kalamazoo asks the Board of Commissioners for your continued funding support in the amount of $100,000 to the Reproductive Health Fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to address the board? Please stop.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is DJ Perry, and I serve as the Public Policy Manager for Maternal and Child Health at YWCA Kalamazoo. I'm here before this body to urge the Commission's continual support of the Reproductive Health Fund with $100,000 as we work towards true reproductive freedom, address health inequities, protect and uplift rights enshrined in our Constitution, and respond to the needs and support of Kalamazoo County residents. YWCA Kalamazoo exists among a broad network of community partners dedicated to helping county residents overcome barriers to a prosperous, healthy, and fulfilling life, rights enshrined in our Constitution. The Reproductive Health Fund, established by many of you in 2021, serves as a crucial safety net protecting our community's legal right to reproductive freedom by addressing health inequities that act as obstacles to timely and effective care. Reproductive freedom is based on 3 pillars: the ability to have children, the ability to not have children, and the ability to raise those children in a safe and healthy environment, Some of Kalamazoo County's diverse communities face numerous social and economic barriers, including challenges in education, housing, insurance coverage, transportation, and public safety. These marginalized communities often lack the resources needed for a healthy and fulfilling life. The Reproductive Health Fund, now supported by data showing a yearly increase in services provided, has become a lifeline for many of these residents, helping them overcome health inequities and access to quality care. Your renewed support and $100,000 would not only provide YWCA Kalamazoo with the resources needed to meet the growing demand for Reproductive Health Fund, but will also demonstrate your commitment to representing the needs of your county residents and ensuring they have the means necessary to utilize their rights to reproductive freedom. It shows your dedication as lawmakers in pioneering investing in community infrastructure, collaborating with partners, and setting a model for other communities across the state. Together, we can continue to support our community and improve on this recently established initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members wishing to address the public? See none. Dina, anybody online?
There are no hands raised.
All right, moving to review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. Director Post.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claim list totaling $3,298,772.49 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $3,069,761.26. Payroll disbursements totaling $4,062,387.85 are presented for the September 13th elected, general, and special payrolls. There are no conflicts of interest with this batch of claims. With that being said, we welcome any questions.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
There we go. Gotta push the right button. Had a question about, and I talked with the treasurer about the monies that were being sent out on page 26 of the thing there. It looked like there were duplications, but actually they explained it as that they're getting these and they're sending them out, but I wasn't quite clear on the if this is 1 year, 2 years, or what exactly the issue was. I believe they're going to try to look into it, but it did look a little, because most of them are going out to repay folks for their property taxes, or back to the schools, I should say, monies that were held, but.
With the delinquent tax revolving fund, I will definitely defer to the treasurer's office for any further inquiry. Would you like me to bring up the treasurer or chief deputy treasurer to provide a response to that?
They talked to me already. They're gonna get back with us, but I just wanted to make it, put it on the record that it does look a little disconcerting when you got a payment to a school district and then you go down 5 lines and you got another one to the same school district. And I think the treasurer's sneaking up behind you there, going to try to help you.
I'm
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to provide a little bit more context there. So what you're looking at in the DTRF are funds going out to school districts, to libraries, to local units of government. Those are adjustments caused by assessor action. Most of them, they are uncappings or PRE adjustments. And what that ends up doing is it means that a taxpayer owed more taxes than they did at the time those taxes came to us as delinquent. When taxes come to us delinquent, we pay out the balance of those taxes to the local assessing units and to who those taxes go to, so that our schools can have their full budget, to have their full revenues to complete their budgets, to teach our kids, and libraries can buy new books and all those good things. Well, when the assessors determine that the taxes that went delinquent need to be adjusted, and they need to be adjusted in the positive direction, we take on the debt of that unfulfilled obligation of the taxpayer, and we pay out whatever that adjustment was to those local assessing units. So in this case, if we want to talk about the schools, that's where that money is going out to the schools, and we hold that debt. Then the treasurer's office collects from the taxpayers. The reason that you're seeing multiple duplicated of these instead of individual ones, and I'll talk about this a little bit more detail later on, is we've adjusted our process for these tax adjustments, where instead of having a turnaround time of a month, where all of them get batched together and then sent as one check, we have a turnaround time of about a week. So we are having a lot more of these happen individually. They aggregate to about the same amount, although we're also getting through more of them because we're receiving more of them. But at the end of the day, it's just that we get these in on a Monday, we turn them around on a Thursday, and then that Friday we get more from the assessors who are doing more assessor actions. So the checks go out at different times, but our turnaround time has decreased significantly.
I think that's wonderful that you're getting it out, especially to like the schools and other entities, so that they're made whole, because that's what we have that fund set up for.
Yes, sir.
It just gets a little confusing when you see one line and then 6 lines later, you got the same people, and it's like a whole nother list of them. So, and these are this year, or are they another year?
So the tax years that they apply to are all over the board. It depends on the individual assessor action that it's talking about. But the payments are all coming out this year, and all of the assessor actions were taken in this year. Usually about a week before the checks go out.
Yeah, that's good, because I believe you're under a timeline that you're supposed to turn these things around within like 30, 60 days, if I recall correctly. I'm just going from memory here, but so I'm glad to see this is getting done. I'm hoping that we're getting these out to the other folks that have that coming back to them in a timely manner.
Yeah, we're getting these refunds turned around very, very quickly.
Thank you. That's
Yes, sir.
good.
I actually, Treasurer, really quick, sorry to, really quick follow-up, and I'm sure you can answer this in probably like 5 words. But since we are paying these out more quickly and we're still keeping track of when we are paying those taxes, that the penalties and fees associated with that interest are associated as soon as we cut the check, correct? Not at a date certain or something?
Absolutely. That is automatic software.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and if I just may clarify one additional comment on that list of claims, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, the reason why they're listed a little bit down when you look, it's called the org. That's the general ledger account, but you look at that last set of numbers, 01922, and then you see right below that a little bit, 01923. Those are the fiscal years for those tax years. So that's why they're listed separately for a pure accounting on our books to identify which year. So that's why they're broken out separately like that when you see them below.
So that's how we're telling what year it is, or?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
That's
Yep.
kind of what part of
Yep.
my question was.
Yep.
Is
Yep.
this 1 year or is this multiple years, or
Multiple.
what was the issue? So, I mean, it just
Yep.
looks strange.
Yep.
And that's what they pay me the big money for, was to ask you these questions.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Any other questions from commissioners on the? Okay, moving on, monthly monthly financial report, Director Post.
Very well. Okay, so we are a few months into this now, and with the month of August, hope everybody had a chance to review that. I have 3 comments for tonight. We've been gearing you up each month prior to this. With that being said, the 3 comments that I just want to highlight real quick or in a positive would be the Treasurer's Office. We have $2.2 million budgeted for investment income, and we are sitting on $5 million through August. Additionally, we have the Register of Deeds. We can see that they are 95% revenue collected, $1.9 million is budgeted, and 1.8 has been collected, leaving an uncollected balance of 100,000. The estimate for that is we're going to collect 2.7 million, which is an $800,000 surplus. And lastly, if I may, in terms of the payrolls, there's 26 payrolls in our fiscal year. 17 of them are through the period of August. That's about 65.4%. If we carry that forward and we apply that towards what's budgeted, that's going to leave through August at least an estimated balance of about $800,000. If we annualize these wages that are budgeted but we are not paying, that's going to leave us with $1.2 million on the spend. So I just wanted to highlight those 3 areas in terms of a surplus that is definitely projected.
I would disagree with you on the transfers out, as in that's going to be an automatic. So that 64%, 64.64% you have includes the averaging in of the 74.84 and the transfers out, which, will be automatic, and they're usually done at the beginning of the year. I believe most of that was done in February or March. But if you look at the personnel services, the supplies and the other charges and services, specifically the personnel services, we're at 63.66, which is about 3 points less. That's about $1.2 million just in the personnel services. The supplies and the other services would get us well over 2 million. Averaging in the transfers out, I think, is kind of doing a disservice to what the overall expectation is going to be at the end of December. But I will say this, we are moving in the right direction, and I really greatly appreciate your work on this. These monthly financial reports gives us an idea and a projection of what's going to happen at year end, how we do our budgets as well. And I think it's probably one of the most valuable tools that I have as a commissioner to try to figure out during the budget process. So I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you all.
Yes, I agree. Looking through this, noting where we are in the year, and noting, which one of our accounts are where they're supposed to be and where they're not supposed to be, and is greatly appreciated in probably our most important job, which is managing the budget for the county of Kalamazoo. So thank you very much for your hard work, and thanks for the treasurer's interpretation so that we keep everything on the straight and narrow.
Good deal. Any other questions from commissioners? Thank you very much, Ryan. All right, next we've got any other items? Discussion on committee member additions for reviewing opioid remediation mini grant applications. Yes. Or did I skip one? Oh, monthly investment reports. I'm sorry, Tyler. Thank you, commissioners.
I understand I took a little too much time last time. So, I mean, if we don't want this update, I can always sit back down. Now, I promise this will be a little more brief than last month, less of a newsworthy month. So as of August 31st, the county's investment portfolio has a par value balance of $151,282,661.13 and a market value of $150,399,554.99. And for a little bit of context, the mark-to-market variance between our par and market values is $883,106.14. It's an improvement of over $418,000 over July's variance, and it's been the fourth month in a row where our portfolio market value has increased, and it's increased by $1.5 million since April's drop. And it's the lowest our variance has been between our par values and our market values since January of this year. So market values keep improving because the value of our investments is increasing. Part of that is due to the longer term strategy that we've built out, anticipating rate cuts. For the month of August, our portfolio earned $522,380.94 on an average daily balance of $143,064,312.47. All this for an effective rate of return on the county's investments of 4.3%. And it's inclusive of all realized gains and losses on sales and maturities, as well as amortization of investment premiums and discounts. For the year, also inclusive of all amortization and realized gains and losses, totals $4,595,076.94. And of the $4.59 million we've earned to date, $2,784,414.62 relates to the general fund and budget stabilization investment pools. And if we assume the rest of the year follows this same track as January through August, we'll be on track to earn about $6.9 million for this year. Inflation over the last 12 months for August was 2.5%, down from 2.9% in July, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's the lowest 12-month report since February of 2021, and it's another sign that the Bureau is making forward progress towards the 2% inflation mark. Our 4.3% rate of returns is higher than inflation, and we experienced a 1.8% net gain in purchasing power during August. August inflation was spread across categories of food 2.1%, energy commodities or fuel down 10.1%, energy service for utilities is up 3.1%. Of this, electricity is up 3.9% and gas is down 0.1%. Shelters up 5.2%, transportation services up 7.9%, medical services up 3.2%, and other commodities, so vehicles, apparel, medical commodities, is down 1.9%. We don't know what the Fed will cut rates, but note that they're meeting tomorrow. We anticipate between 0.25% and 0.5%, but we will keep our eyes out and let you all know. I'd be happy to take questions and answer anything you might have.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Epler.
Thank you very much for this report. With the Fed's meeting tomorrow with a potential rate cut, how will won't that possibly affect our rate of interest and income? You indicated if it stayed the same for the rest of the year, we'd be golden, but if they do a rate cut, we're probably going to get cut. I'm just asking for a friend.
Right. And so
We would receive less on our most liquid securities, so those that are in money market funds that are earning towards the market Fed rate. But we've also been working with our partners so that way we're geared towards a more long-term strategy. We continue to earn above the inflation rate and have more realized gains in actual purchasing power. So might be less dollars, but it's going to be more in relation to inflation. As far as that's concerned, the value of our investments will also continue to go up. We'll be earning a higher rate than what you'd be able to buy on the market because we've geared towards a longer term strategy. So we might not be getting as much money per month, but if need be, we could sell it again.
Yeah, and kind of to piggyback on his question is more of a comment. I'm looking through these pages and I've noticed that you've geared in towards more longer term strategies. And I think that's good. I do anticipate probably a quarter point this time, quarter point next time. It's gonna keep on coming. And probably that first quarter point you get, your market and par are gonna switch places. That's as far as the discrepancy between market and par, that only affects liquidation. I mean, it doesn't really affect, our general purposes. We're looking at the interest rate. We do want some liquidity, but I think we've got more than enough. I think you're doing a great job. 4.3%, in this environment, that's good. You've got a lot of that baked into long term. So when the rates do drop, we're still going to be earning that higher percentage for a year, 2 years. So one of these, I think, was 40 months or 50, but there's some of them that are longer term that I think is great, and appreciate the work that you guys have been doing.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on now. The opioid task force. Is this Kevin or is this Lindy? Lindy?
Yes, thank you. This evening, just wanted to have a discussion with y'all regarding the Kalamazoo Community Foundation, the Community Impact Committee, the scoring committee. When we had made that determination to allow them to oversee our process of those mini grant applications, the request had been for us to be able to see a few people on that committee for scoring purposes. We are in need of identifying who we would like to sit on that committee to score. Just so you understand, the time commitment includes reviewing and scoring applications and then attending a 2-hour meeting in October. The application process is currently open at this time. It closes on October 1st at 5 p.m. And then we're anticipating still to be on schedule for a grant award notifications to be made Monday, October 28th. So in the past, just as a refresher, when we've discussed this, Chair Ray had recommended that we review the applications received from the task force originally and looking at those to see if there would be someone on there or a handful of people on there to for us to reach out and see if they would be willing to serve in this capacity. In Civic Clerk, I did attach that spreadsheet and updated to identify the names that y'all have already seated on the task force and to list out the remaining people that y'all could consider there. I did talk with Commissioner Stubbs ahead of this meeting. Her preference would be for us to select someone or someone's, multiple people with lived experience, and maybe those that are in multiple categories would be even better. Again, we are looking for 2 to 4 people to serve on that committee. And then I will also point out too that the task force recommends selecting people with knowledge of this work and or has lived experience. And the Kalamazoo Community Foundation also would recommend, if there is someone that is very familiar with this work, that would be beneficial to that addition in their scoring committee. So this evening, I'm just looking for names of 2 to 4 people so that staff can reach out to see if they're able to serve in this capacity. Additionally, when I talked with Commissioner Stubbs, It was also recommended that, knowing just that we're on a kind of a tight timeline here, that if we do reach out and we're not able to get 2 to 4 people, that maybe the alternative, if it's okay with the board, is for us to then to reach out to ISK or Southwest Michigan Behavioral Health for a representative to join the application review committee from those organizations, as long as neither of those organizations are submitting a mini grant application. So selecting maybe 2 to 4 people this evening. If those 2 to 4 people are not able to serve, then having an option as a backup option for someone within those 2 organizations to serve on reviewing those applications.
Thank you. Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Vice Chair, Vice Chair. So a couple questions. This is for the scoring committee. And with that, if we are looking for folks, I know the last time we were in session, or it might have been 2 sessions ago, I had some concern with members being able to sit with us on the dais and then get funding, like they would be submitting applications for funding. So for this, if we pick from the list and they're from an organization, are we not going, am I understanding that right?
Yes, and that was, so that was a recommendation that I did put on in the brief. It was pulled from the senior millage ad hoc committee resolution. And I just put that in as far as consideration as well, that out of the 2 to 4 people that y'all select, when we're making that, having that conversation with them, ensuring that they are not associated with an organization that's submitting a mini grant application as well.
And then is there room for, out of this 4, is it room for a commissioner to sit on?
Absolutely,
So we
yep.
need 1 commissioner and maybe 3 lived experience.
Yep, that's
Okay.
any.
I just
any
needed some clarification.
Yeah, any combination of, you know, and I mean, when I talked with the foundation, I just said, hey, 3 to 4, and they're like, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if y'all had more members, I think that would be okay. I think 4 is a good number to suggest. But and it can be any combination of, if you want commissioners, people with lived experiences, or if we want to also then look at those organizations if no one else is able to serve.
So for the first recommendation, in Chair Ray's absence, I know that she wanted to serve on that committee. So I would make that recommendation for her and yield to the rest of the board for the other 3. I would recommend at least 2 lived experiences for that.
Okay, and just make sure Tammy Ray to serve as one of the 4 is what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay.
I've got no problem with that. Any other names from commissioners from this list? Commissioner Kissler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't have the current list in front of me. Maybe he's already on it, but I would suggest highly that we consider Dominic Gladstone. I don't know him particularly well, but I do know he's a bright guy, and he's now 19 years clean. So he has a history of addiction, and this might be a good place for him to.
He's on the task force, I believe.
Is he?
He's on the task.
Okay, great.
And this is just scoring for the mini grant applications portion, right? Yeah, so he's on the big committee. Any other names? Vice Chair Pro Tem Hoppe?
Just throw out, he did specify that he was interested in serving on this, but I'm not sure if that's gonna, I don't think
He's on
that,
the task force.
so is she.
Point of order.
Oh, yeah, I think, real quick, I think I can explain it. Yeah, the task force, it would be a conflict of interest with the scoring committee because, but the scoring committee is like a separate ad hoc committee, as I understand it, right? The only purpose is to score these mini grant applications. And if they were scoring that mini grant applications, then they'd kind of be in conflict of interest with the main committee. Is that like a 50,000 foot level? Okay, Lindy?
So he would probably be, his organization or whoever he represents would probably be submitting a mini grant. So that's why it's a conflict of interest. Chair Ray is not going to submit a mini grant. for the opioid task force. So that's the only reason why.
Yeah. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thanks, Chair. I'm having trouble loading the list in Civic Clerk because I do have a couple of names of people with lived experience. It just doesn't want to load. I just
How
can't remember
about-
off the top of my head.
How about this? We've got Chair Ray already. What if Commissioner Wheeler or Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, if we could just submit these names to Chair Ray and then take her input and let her decide on the final three names? Is that, can you live with that, Lynn? Yeah, I think she can do it by Friday as long as this board gives her permission to do so.
Yeah, I think by Friday is perfectly fine. So we'll get the list printed off. I'll circle it around to everyone. You can kind of highlight any names and then I can confirm with Chair Ray that of who she wants us to reach out to confirm that they do not have a conflict of interest with whatever organization they're with and that they're able and willing to serve. And then just wanted to make sure that y'all are okay with the idea that if worst case scenario, no one selected is able to, that y'all are okay with us reaching out to ISK and SWMBA to see if they have a representative. So that way we have someone in the field of work scoring applications. Commissioner Morales.
Just after this needs to be moved also, whatever you decide needs to be moved to the meeting at 7 o'clock in order to effectuate action. And we'll work with Lindy with the language of what that should look like specifically. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Lou. Afterwards, I think what I'll do is I'll just try to synopsis of what this kind of group has agreed to, and that way we can agree on the exact language and pass it up to 7 o'clock. Is that good? Okay. Yep. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, sir. So I think we were trying to stay away from entities that will possibly submit the grants and make it more individualized. I had initially said to Life and SWMBA and ISK, but obviously they're gonna apply for that stuff. So I personally think they don't need to be, there's a conflict of interest when we talk about scoring. So I would like to keep it with Chair Ray and then submit some names and, we'll probably maybe make some phone calls on other recommendations, but that's where I would like to go with that, to eliminate outside entities that will more than likely probably get some of the grant, but I think it's a conflict of interest to score on a grant that you're applying for. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Morales' sentiments on that. I think that makes sense. So I think what we've got as everybody get the list of names, put those recommendations to Chair Ray. One of the 4 people will be Chair Ray, and then she will be making the other 3 choices based on our recommendations. And if we don't send in any names, then it's going to be Chair Ray that decides it. So giving her more work to do. So I apologize, Chair Ray, if you're listening. All right, next, 2025 budget discussion, Administrator Callen.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioners. This evening, we are presenting the Administrator's recommended budget. So I'll allow Dina to pull up the presentation and then I'll start passing out the PowerPoint presentation so y'all have it in hand as well. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Dina. So this theme for this year is building on our future. So the Kalamazoo County budget for 2025, we're really focused on forward-thinking budget that balances our immediate needs with long-term investments. This recommended budget, we believe, embodies careful stewardship of public funds while advancing key initiatives that align with the county's new strategic plan and their goals. All right, Dina, next slide, please. So an outline, we're going to briefly review expenditures, briefly review some revenues. So we've already done those presentations, but kind of remind the body here. We're going to talk about managing the fund balance. So looking at our 2023 fund balance and how we've spent down on some initiatives and kind of talking about that. We'll provide an overview of the board's priorities that we discussed during the July budget retreat. Also look at a review of the 2025 requests and review the administrator's recommended budget beyond the incremental increases that we plan for as we move forward for 2025. So next slide, please. So the first thing that we'll look at are the projected personnel costs. So those are the salaries and fringes. So on the right-hand side, as you see that we have the fringe rates. So we did not increase any of those for for the next year for 2025. So they remain the same as they are for 2024. A 3% increase is projected at $49,989,747. And then a 4% increase is $50,597,772. And when you increase the percentage, it would increase not just by that amount that you see on the screen, because you have to take into account the health fund, the friend of the court, and the law enforcement fund. So 3% from a 3 to 4% is nearly about $800,000 to increase from just 1 point. So that's what we're kind of planning for right now. You'll see in the administrator's recommended budget. I'll just be forthcoming. I know that the board consensus and desire was a 4% increase to the wage scale. However, and we'll go through the expenditures and the revenues as projected, the surplus that I have to work with and balance between the various requests from all departments. We could only at this point in time implement a 3% increase to the wage scale. So just as a reminder, a 3% adjustment to the wage scale plus a step is 7%. And that is I would say generous compared to other units of local government. So it's a 7% increase that we did for 2024, be another 7% increase for 2025. So next slide, please, Dina.
Do you want questions as we go, or would you rather have them at the end?
Yeah, I would almost probably rather have them at the end.
Gotcha.
Yeah, please, if you all wouldn't mind. Thank
Not
you.
at all.
Apologies. Okay, thank you. So overtime is also included in that number. So we just budget for overtime. And again, for 2024, we sort of deviated from past practice whereby departments would come to the board and ask for money at the end of the year to cover overtime. Now we just budget for that for every department every year. So that number for this year is 1.357 million. So next slide, please, Dina. Oh, I guess I do have slides. And okay, well, yeah, let's do questions on expenditures. If you have any questions right now.
Commissioner Morales? Oh. Commissioner Wheeler?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just a quick question going back on the personnel costs. Would everybody be getting a step increase this next year?
Yeah, so this is step increase for non-union employees. The union employees, those are governed by the collective bargaining agreements. I believe all of them have step increases built in. So, but yeah, this would be the 3% to the non-union wage scale. And then obviously we negotiate. So right now we're in negotiations with pretty much all of the unions. So we typically like to replicate what we do for non-union employees to the union employees as well. So typically it's about the same.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. So you're saying that what we're basically replicating is what our union contracts already provide to their staff, and this would replicate that if we went with a 3% or a 4%.
3%.
3%. Okay, and I guess I'm just trying to process that 3%, but you indicated that that's all we could do is a 3% with our current budget for some reason?
Yeah, so as I continue on the presentation, you'll see that so with the revenues that I'm projecting against the expenditures, there's a surplus that's left over to address all the new funding requests. portion of that new funding has to tie in to the personnel requests for increased wages. So that's the step increase and the adjustment to the wage scale. At 4%, it's another $800,000. So we could do it, and you'll see that in the administrator's recommended budget, I've addressed several items. The board would have to cut items to address to accommodate a 4% increase. So the board certainly has the funding there to do it, but there's a lot of items that would have to increase to make up the $800,000.
I have a quick question on the fringe benefit rate. When is the last time we've looked and addressed those rates?
So that's a great question. I believe so. Back in when I started in 2022, they were addressed actually that year to actually increase them because of the our health cost increase, things like that. And as you know, the board is considering increasing or enhancing non-medical benefits. All of that comes out into the or plays into the employee benefits fund. So it looks like in 2018 is when I apologize, one second. In 2018, we increased it from 36.5% to 42.9%. And then, and that was to address, like I said, a myriad of things, enhancing the employee benefits, increases in healthcare costs, and just keeping in mind that there are other liabilities that this board knows about that we would, have to, I'd say, absorb within that employee benefits fund too. So we recommend keeping it at sustaining it at the 42.9% based on some of the liabilities that we have out there, based on some of the medical benefit enhancements you all just approved, and then based on some of the non-medical benefit enhancements we'll discuss later this evening too. So because as you know, the board policy as well stipulates that we must maintain a $5 million fund balance. So with all of those things considered, we recommend it remain at 42.9.
Gotcha. Can I get a history of 5 years of what, I know you'd probably have to go through both Munis and two different sort of systems to get it, but 5 years of what that history of that employee benefits fund has been since that increase from 36 to 42.9. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's certainly worth looking into to see if that rate can be dropped, in that it would lower the cost of personnel costs. And as we're debating salary increases and everything else, because if we're collecting more than our liabilities show in our employee benefits fund, that's how we get to the 4%, in my opinion, not by just going to 4%. But that was just my 2 cents, but appreciate that.
Absolutely. No, we will have finance can get that together in short order. So I'll have Director Post work on that. Thank you for the question. If there are no other questions at this time, we'll move on and start with and move on to revenues. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Gissler.
Yeah, I feel pretty much the way John does. I'd hate to see us have to trim sales somewhere else in order to start out at the 4% level. I'd rather see us work toward that possibly, but right now I'm not in favor of going to 4 right off the bat. Thank you.
And I just, so that my questions are sort of, my intention is clear. By looking at and shaving and doing a little bit to that fringe benefit rate, you're not going to get to 4. You're probably going to get to, you could theoretically get to 3.5, or if we're dropping it a 0.5% or something like that. But I think it's a way to get a little bit closer, but we can look at the history of that and see where we are.
Absolutely. Thank you. No, those are great questions and comments. So, all right, Dina, next slide, please. So this is a little bit different from what we presented during the budget retreat and other subsequent budget meetings, especially with the revenue projections. So we've, have really listened to the comments that we have received from the board and wanted to take into consideration some of the equalization report, realization of collection of property taxes, and the projections that are within that report. So right now we're cautiously budgeting 5%. So we presented 4.75%. We believe that we're comfortable projecting 5% increase in tax revenue, with the understanding that we're actually taken into account, and later on in the presentation, you'll see this, we're trying to build in some sustainable funding for capital improvements and replacements. So we are projecting on the back end that it might be 8%. And so there will be a transfer from the general fund in excess of 5%. So anything over 5%, it will there will be a general fund transfer to the capital fund 401 for any excess funding that we receive in over that 5%. So that's what, in my experience in my previous experience in local governments, we would often do that so that we have a sustainable sort of capital replacement program beyond just kind of waiting to see what our, I'd say our unexpected, unanticipated revenue would be as far as the annual audit goes. So right now, the numbers that are presented are at the 5% level, but you'll see in the administrator's recommendation, we also parsed out the 3% that would get to that 8% growth. So, and that 3% would be geared towards Capital Fund 401. And say if we only collected 6% more, well, then 1% would go to Capital Fund 401. So right now, our revenue projections for property taxes is 53.2 million. And so that's what we have projected. And the idea is that 5% is proposed to maintain the smart operational growth, because if you project higher than that and you don't collect on it, we're either having to furlough or lay off employees, cut services, things like that. So we believe that a sustainable percentage in terms of our growth is 5%. Anything over that, we would gear towards, we recommend tasking it to capital improvements. Next slide, Dina, please. So let's see here. So on marijuana tax, I increased that slightly from the projection that we presented before. So we're at 2.1 million. Last time it was 2 million, or it was 2. I'm sorry, 2. I think it was really close. It was really close to that 2.1. So what we presented, we projected a little bit up to satisfy some of the new funding investments. In 2024, we received 2.2. So we're projecting 2.5, knowing that in reality, the actuals will be higher than that. And, we have the golden ratio policy to assist us in that allocation at a later date. State revenue sharing, those numbers come directly from the State Department of Treasury. So that is their estimate of what we will receive, the 6.993 million. So that's a number directly from the state. And then as well as the convention of facility alcohol tax, it's a number that comes directly from the state. And it's a fixed amount. So that's what we have there, the 1.97 million. Next slide, please, Gina. Law enforcement fund. This is for departments such as the sheriff's office, the courts, animal services. They are able to utilize a law enforcement fund for expenditures that they have, upcoming expenditures for 2025 and beyond. So they leverage that fund. So we're anticipating that there will be, we'll be able to leverage about $1,050,000 from that fund to satisfy some of their requests as well. So you'll see that later on in the presentation, I have that kind of parsed out as well in terms of law enforcement requests and law enforcement fund requests rather that don't utilize the general fund surplus that we have. So yes, please, Commissioner Gissler.
You just tweaked, I work on word association, and you said law enforcement, and I questioned, when is the law enforcement millage up for renewal? I know we've got one that's been in place since the 80s, or maybe 1980 even. Is that coming up soon?
2030. No. 2 years, 2028.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, it expires 12/31/27. So, 2028 essentially. So yeah, that's all I have on revenues. Are there any questions on revenues before I continue on? I do want to go over just really quick. We have some calendar, just information that's, so Dina, next slide, please. Oh, yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yeah, just real quick. This increase is based on inflation or construction, or we're not raising any taxes anymore. This is straightly from increase in value, property values. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry.
That is correct. So it really aligns with the projection of property taxes that we project. So that 5% is the same 5% that translates to the law enforcement fund. So that's the same increase. And we also incorporated dividend investment income because that fund is managed separately. So we took that into account too. So that gave us a little extra funding to play with.
And a lot of that's uncapping too.
Yeah, I just on people to think that we're raising the taxes up by 5%, and everybody would be down here throwing rocks at the building. So this is basically just increase based on.
Now, I did have a question on the 5 to 8% and the 3% or anything that goes over 5. That is a new policy, correct?
So it's not a policy. It's something that we're just recommending that we do because we've heard feedback from the board that we're under projecting revenue, right? So our thought is that we know sustainable revenue. We feel more comfortable saying, yeah, 5%, but that we start building, say, a bank of funding for capital improvements that have historically been underfunded from year to year. So that way we don't have these situations where the audit is, basically articulating that we are under budgeting, revenues, under forecasting millions of dollars. This helps us get to a point where we are able to leverage that, sort of, I would say leverage more of the information that's in the equalization report to align those dollars to capital improvements and not just have it sitting in fund balance and not be leveraged for more expensive, I'd say, items that the county has to pay for.
I guess I disagree with that premise. Now it's not something a deal breaker for me or anything like that, but I would say that taking that lower percentage would encourage administration or whoever the administration would be to have a lower taxable value because that money is going to go to CIP. I would actually rather have a CIP be a line item in the budget that we're putting into 6 or 7 million, per year, and not relying on our CIP to be at the whims of what we predict our taxable growth to be and what it actually is, because that gets into the subjective nature. To me, I think we should predict what the taxable value, what we think it's going to be, probably a little bit on the conservative lower side, just in case things don't turn out to be as high as we are. We're not stuck holding the bag. But I will say that as far as if we do, have the first time in 10 or 12 years that our expenditures actually oversee our revenue by, let's say, $1 million, well, then, and we do it every year for 40 years, then the commission in 2064 will have to figure it out because we are so far over our projected in our 25% fund balance policy that we can afford to. I don't want to do that, and I don't think it should be our goal, but we can afford to make a small mistake on our expenditures exceeding our revenues. We haven't done that for quite some time. And the last 4 or 5 years, we've banked up quite a bit of money. Now we could go through our funds, and I'm assuming that you're going to probably do that later in the report and see, what kind of major capital investments we're going to do. But I'd lean towards putting the CIP as a direct allocation in the budget. And if it's going to be 8%, or we call it 7.5%, and put that 2.5% into a line item that says capital improvement. And if we have to cut the budget or cut capital improvement halfway through, we can cut capital improvement halfway through. But I think to me that makes more sense. But that's my two cents on that.
Thank you. I think this is consistent with the position you first voiced months ago, that we have been, as a county commission, historically so conservative that maybe we sort of get in our own way sometimes, and we need to continue to be fiscally responsible, but we don't need to be quite as fiscally responsible, and that sounds bad, as we have been. That maybe there's a way to come off that ultra conservative financial position and manage our affairs and our resources maybe better.
But I would be remiss in saying that the ultra fiscal conservative position that previous boards have had have put us in opportunities that we can make, big decisions for the community, for the residents, for our employees, because we've taken that approach for multiple years. Now, I'm not saying that we need to go to be thrift spendy and spend all our money and look for ways to do that. I'm just trying to turn the knob a little bit, I guess is what I'm saying. Commissioner Wheeler.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Real quick, when you look back at the investments, and I'm sorry, I know the treasurer told us how much we are in investments this year, which exceeds our budget. And if you look back to 2023, it's at 4.3 million. So I feel like maybe, I know we can't completely rely on it. It's subjective, right? But in my opinion, I think that number is a little low. I think maybe we could bump it up to 3. But that's just my 2 cents on the investments. And we've exceeded investments for a while now, so.
And we probably will for 2 to 3 years, but eventually I think that if you're going to bump it up to 2.5 to 3, that'd be a great CIP line item because that's a one-time expenditure. Whereas you bump it up to 2.5 to 3, and then you put that money into personnel costs, then I'll take Kevin's side of that argument and saying we can't be putting potential one-time money into long-term sources. But there's a little bit of a balance that we gotta get to, and that's why we're here. So sorry, Kevin, I keep on interrupting.
Oh, no, that is totally fine. So it's good discussion. So the next 2 slides are just a reminder of how essentially projecting cash flow, right? It kind of illustrates when we collect our summer taxes, winter taxes, marijuana tax, investment revenue, state revenue sharing, and then the convention facility alcohol tax. So that's one representation there, and then this is just another visual to provide. So next slide, Dean, I think is just questions. And I did want to just clarify on as far as the step increases go. So anyone that is at the top of their steps, so there's 8 steps total. If someone's at the top, they would not be afforded a step increase. And that's something that Prosecutor Getting kind of spoke to last time. He has employees, and other departments have employees that are at the top of their pay grade. They just receive that 3%. So understandably, that's where some department leaders would argue, and obviously I know the Board of Commissioners is arguing that we would like to look at an increased wage scale adjustment because that's all they're afforded then at that point is a 3 or 4% increase. And then I do have that employee benefits fund analysis, so I can share that with the board after as well now. So next slide, please, Dina. So this leaves us at this juncture. So in terms of operations for the general fund, we have revenue and then the expenditures line. So 90 million, subtract 88 leaves us with the 2.6 million that we're able to leverage for general fund operations. For capital, this is where I said, it takes into account that 3%. So you'll notice in my recommendation, something that Vice Chair Taylor spoke to is that we could budget it for capital. Well, that's exactly what I did, was that we took that 3%, that 3% equates to 1.9 million. And you'll see that I have a chart for capital. And so we have it there. The law enforcement fund is the 1,050,000. So,
and I apologize. This is the first time I've seen this. We just got this budget. So I'm looking down and you did exactly what I said. So I appreciate that.
It's no problem. Like I said, it's all great discussion. So the total available at this point in my recommendation that I'm presenting is 5.5 million, recognizing that the law enforcement fund has to be used for those specific law enforcement fund departments, right? So we have that. And then next we'll go into managing fund balance because we want to talk about that. So next slide, please, Dina. So this is where we've presented on this presented this information during the budget retreat. And so I want to walk through some of this with you all. So as of the December 31st, 2023 audit, we had increased fund balance to $52.4 million. And so, as you know, those are always at a point in time and the county's always making decisions. And so between 12/31 and January this year, we had purchased two properties, one being the 440 North Church Street property, and then the other being the 246 West Kalamazoo parcel that was just finally demolished, and now we don't see it anymore. So we're very happy about that. And so where that leaves us really at the beginning of this year was 49.6 million, recognizing that the fund balance had increased a total amount from 2022 to 2023. That was about $12.2 million. So the golden ratio policy went into effect there. And as you recall, the board had allocated $3.5 million to a transitional housing initiative. And then the rest of that funding is then split. Essentially, the other 70% goes to capital per board policy. So fleet receives 2.5 million, large capital 2.5 million, and then general capital 3.84 million. And then that's basically all that capital funding is the pot of money that the CIP committee can then leverage for future CIP requests. So you take that $49.6 million. We then have other earmarked expenditures that we talked about, right? So we know that we are considering constructing a parking structure, and we know what that dollar amount is potentially, and it certainly exceeds 8 million, but we know it's a partnership. So we allocated, from the county, $8 million. The board has also tentatively allocated $1.5 million to a sheriff's office technology project. We reduced based on the budget retreat an earmark from fund balance for the employee benefits fund, or I apologize, that's a different one. So this was employee benefits fund retirement system unknown contributions for 2024. So that's within an earmark. So we have to subtract that. It's the KL landfill contribution, which we probably need to talk about and reduce, but we had it in there at 1.5 million. We don't know what the liability is, but we can reduce that slightly, I'm sure. And then next slide, Dina, please. And then I had some recommended earmarks in there. We know that the household hazardous waste facility is undergoing a feasibility study, so that's ongoing. The feasibility study doesn't take into account any sort of architectural, engineering, conceptual design work. Knowing what that work is cost, what that is costing the county for the parking garage, we estimated to be about $500,000 to do a conceptual design study for the household hazardous waste. And then we know that we just have various facilities. So think of the jail, this building, other facilities that we have in the county that, we need to conduct deferred maintenance, maybe property acquisition, construction. So the Gold Road Justice Complex, this building, et cetera, in the jail. So we estimated about $4 million. And of course, those are potentially numbers that could be reduced, but the total encumbrance is leveraging the $49.6 million fund balance. So the total encumbrances is then 29.8 million based on these numbers that I presented on these slides. If you go to the next slide, Dina, please. So the next slide shows what it captures our policy. So our general operating revenues will be at 20 to 25% uncommitted fund balance. So our fund balance policy stipulates that we must have, based on 20% of our revenue of 90 million, we need to have 18 to 22 million, and that's at the 25% ratio.
So quick question before I get off track, that 90 million in total revenue, that's with us paying ourselves back and forth, it gets to 90 million. If we don't do that, it's down to like 86 or 87, correct?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's about that. Yep, that's correct. And then so when you take a look at the fund balance number, the encumbrances, and then I'd say aligning that to what our policy stipulates, that we must have 18 to 22 million dollars. That leaves us with a balance to leverage beyond the fund balance ratio. And this is actually utilizing the 20% level, so not the 25% level. It means that we have about $1.5 million outside of our policy to allocate to other projects that we deem desirable or advantageous for the county to endeavor. So without adjusting any of those numbers within the PowerPoint, and obviously we can do that. This isn't the only meeting we're discussing the budget. That's the number that's projected based on the numbers I presented. Please, Vice Chair.
Are there commissioners with those numbers? Because I got a couple of them I'd like to talk about before we get to it, because it's going to make a big difference as we get down to the bottom of it. So if you've got questions with those numbers, speak now or forever hold your peace, because I got a couple things I want to say about them. Okay, first off, the KL landfill contribution, I agree with you. I would ask Ashtimo and the city of Kalamazoo what they're budgeting for. We're a principal partner in that. I think our liabilities, there's a very good chance are going to be zero. Now, if Chicago comes in and says that we've done it all wrong and we need to replace a cap and put a huge carbon footprint to repair and replace and charge us $150 billion or whatever it is, like they're not going to do that. But that's just my opinion. I think that number can be lowered as we go into the other stuff. But this is one-time money. I completely understand that. The $750 in the employees benefit retirement systems unknown contributions. Is that for the new employee benefits fund or benefits that we just approved, or we kind of didn't approve yet, but we kind of gave the okay at the last meeting?
No, so that was actually, we actually allocated that in 2023 for 2024. There was some extra, that was based on the GRS actuarial that we needed to make additional contributions. So that number is exactly what we pulled from the report. So that number is I guess I'd say static. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the next is we can go to the other stuff. I'd rather not talk about that now, but I do think that the 1.5 on the KL landfill is something that I think can be lowered as we look for other priorities. And then the household hazardous waste conceptual design of 500 grand. I mean, we're going to spend at most $6 million for that building. I'd hate to spend close to 10% on a conceptual design. I think that number is probably a little bit high too. And then your deferred maintenance, property acquisition, construction, that 4 million is probably missing a zero. Just to be completely honest with you, if we're really going to look and long term on that, I mean, and put that on there as a actual sort of thing. That the other one I can nickel and dime and get them lower, but that one I think that one is going to be a bigger number. But those are my 2 cents in those numbers.
Thank you, Vice Chair. If there are any other questions, we can move on to the next slide, and then we can talk about, well, we already know golden ratio, so that was the policy I referred to. So usually that policy essentially allows the board to capture 30% for general board priorities, as you did this year for the transitional housing opportunity or initiative. And then it sort of allocates then the other buckets to, the other funding to the buckets of large capital, fleet, and then other just general capital. So next slide, please, Dina. So our board priorities this year, as you remember from July, was overarching. The overarching priority was diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then we had some additional buckets for economic development initiatives, compensation and benefits for employees. Then we had community safety with the focus on emergency management, and then community equity. Next slide, please, Gina. All right, and then this slide here just illustrates the strategic plan goals that were presented by our facilitator and consultant, Allison Brunette. So these were all of the goals of the county. And so we did our best to align the priorities of the board to the strategic plan. And so that's what you'll see presented as we move forward here. So next slide, please, Dina. So this next slide just kind of, illustrates our philosophical fiscal management. So, management principles, the board's priorities, strategic plan, kind of make up that funding strategy. So we look at smart growth, the invest versus spend mentality, and then we have the conservative approach designed to ensure that we are able to maintain services and employment within the county. Next slide, please, Tina. So this is why you all have a printed version of the administrator's recommendations. It's sometimes difficult to view the tables at the top. So what I've done is aligned the board priorities with the strategic plan, and then I tasked a lot of the new funding requests to satisfy those board priorities aligned with the strategic plan. And so you'll see that the first board priority was economic development. And so some of the items that we thought that were related to economic development were communications asked for an increase in website annual fees. As you know, we're obtaining a new website. So that is usually leveraged to entice developers and just folks that are trying to visit this community and make our community look presentable and welcoming. So that's $38,000 as we're obtaining the new website and developing that. Those are the annual website fees. We have Adobe training and software that go along with that, and then advertising. MSU Extension requested $15,000 for a 4-H youth showcase event coordination. So they would take that responsibility over from our Parks Department, and they would do that. And then Planning and Development requested some funding for aerial imagery flight account increase. AmeriCorps Vista member to assist with a lot of the planning and development duties, initiatives within that department. They are asking for or requesting a GIS summer intern. And then lastly, looking at trying to kind of bridge this gap between the different standards in zoning and planning within the different communities within the county, mostly the townships. So they're asking for funding to better coordinate community planning and zoning training for all of those units of local government. The second board priority that we looked at was community safety with the focus on emergency management. So you'll see that one of these, the first one from the United Way was not a new funding request. They actually came to me sort of after the fact, but United Way, as a result of the May 7th tornadoes, has been working on establishing a community resilience program. And so they're asking for funding from various units of local government to support a partnership in creating a program manager position for community resilience that would assist with various emergency management related duties and ensuring that we're resilient as we come off of a disaster. I also looked at how emergency management engages with the community. So as they go out and speak at various events, and they may be hosting a webinar or seminar somewhere in person, they're able to distribute, I'd say, goodies, so to speak, but something that's a safety device, some distribution of weather radios. So we are asking for $20,000 for that. Our buildings and grounds department would like to upgrade the AED equipment that we have. So AED inspection, replacement pads, that's at $35,000. And then drain commissioner has some operations in some items there. So one, increasing maintenance of vehicles. That office responds during emergencies for all sorts of things. And then they also need a drain maintenance operations manager level 1 position at $93,000. Next slide, Nina. So this slide is robust. So this is the priority for compensation and benefits for employees. So you'll see a lot of allocated dollars for increasing personnel count and or professional development, travel, training increases. So you'll see there that the 3% adjustment to the K-band wage scale comes in at $787,000. And so that utilizes a lot of the balance that we have that we presented on a previous slide. Board of Commissioner wage increases. So this is a discussion you all need to have, but the consensus that I heard was that at minimum commissioners were desiring to be compensated at $40,000. So if you multiply that by 6 based on the current wage that they have now, it's about $156,000, taking into account FICA. And so that's just for those commissioner positions. The vice chair pro tem would be $26,000 dollar increase to the budget, and then the vice chair position would be $25,000 increase, and then the chair position is a $24,000 increase. So what you have are commissioners at 40,000, vice chair pro tem at 41,000, vice chair at 41,500, and then the chair at 42,000. So those the corresponding numbers that I guess what I'd say was what I articulated is that the total increase to the budget as it stands today would be $231,000 based on the numbers and the consensus that I heard. So I plan that in the budget now based on the feedback that I heard. And then if anything changes, we'll just either put that towards another initiative priority and or just move it to contingency.
I would say we have 5 commissioners here present. There will probably be a lengthy discussion at our next county board of commissioners
Absolutely.
meeting on this. But I appreciate you putting it in that budget that much so that if anything happens,
it can. Yep. I agree with you. Yeah. It's easier to put it in at the max now and adjust down than try to cut something. So that's what we have there. I also have, oh, absolutely. I do have we presented the countywide elected official salaries. So I am showing on the table there what those increases would be from what their wages are now. So for clerk register your deeds, it's a $20,000 increase. For drain commissioners, 31,000, and then for prosecuting attorney and sheriff, it's 17,800. For treasurer, it's 12,000. So those are the increases for that. The countywide elected officials, their salaries will come back in the form of a separate resolution. Those have to be voted on separately. So we'll get that back to you.
And I will say, I cannot vote on the clerk register of deeds salary. I do have a question on the drain commissioner's salary. I noticed that is a band increase. Wouldn't policy, if you do a band increase, go to the next highest step, not the exact same step that they were at?
So the policy stipulates that basically, I mean, in terms of a promotion, I mean, the drain commissioner is obviously not being promoted, but if you're promoted, you're supposed to realize at least a 4% increase. So that's why his it's more than the 4%. So
okay, I thought a band increase was usually a little bit less than a step increase, although your earning potential went up higher, but it was less than a step increase because you just got like a half step. No.
No, yeah, band increase is substantial. Yeah. It's more significant than that.
Okay, I thought for some reason when you went in the band increase, you just found out what step you were most closely associated or the just after that step, and then that would be a band increase. But I'm going off of memory. I could be wrong. And I certainly know that the drain commissioner has far more constitutional responsibilities than he did 2 years ago. So.
Yes, and also just on this note, and I know we'll get into countywide elected official and commissioner salaries. There was just another recent survey that was completed by Berry County, and so they had asked a group of county administrators to provide information on commissioner salaries and the elected officials. And so I think I had relayed to the board that, we kind of looked at, all the countywide elected officials as well as the board of commissioners. And so we have some additional data that include, but they're all smaller counties. And I guess the problem that we have is that Kalamazoo County is really, I would say, more or less comparable to Ottawa County in terms of population. When you start looking at some of these other counties, they're just they're just much smaller, right? So anyway, one of the counties that they did look at was Kent County, and so we did receive their information. So for example, their chair receives 45,000, their vice chair is 33,000, and then all the other commissioners are 25. But you have to also recognize too that they have 21 commissioners. So it's not ever apples to apples on some of these. Even Ottawa County, I believe, still has 11 commissioners. So, but we have additional data that we can provide and share out to the board too.
And that wasn't the data from the last county board meeting, was it? Because there was some information in there that had like not that I'm being prejudiced, but it had the vice chair making less money on average than the average commissioner, which I thought was strange how you could do that. But Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So with both of these, with the drain commissioner, I mean, whichever way we go, we need to go up, because I really feel, when we look at his position, I'm not jumping in anything to pull a beaver out at any point in time, in wetsuits, swimming, just all the things that they have to do. So I want people to take, when we talk about trades and skilled trades, I really want us to take that into consideration in our countywide drains and how important he is. Number two, when we talk about, commissioner salaries, I know I've been on this probably for the last 1.5 years. And it's becoming more popular as you know, that more counties are starting to ask for that increase based on the work that they do. So I just want to let the community know, our employees know, this is not greed, it's well earned. And quite frankly, I still feel underpaid. It's an underpaid position for all that we are required to do.
Please. Commission is in session. Thank you.
Point of order, y'all. Y'all got the counselor yelling. He just startled me. You done made me lose my train of thought. You sound like my daddy somewhere. Anyway, I feel like between emails and all the committees that we have, like we're adding another one that the chair is, asking to be a part of. I don't think when we compare the salaries that we make to other salaries in the county to these new step increases, that this is really not a huge ask. And since that our previous salary had been like a base salary, and I'll lean on older or more seasoned commissioners, when we had, when we had 13, was it 13 on the commission, 17 to 11 to what we have now, is that really balancing us out? So it doesn't look like, oh, they're jumping to this salary, but from the 17 and all the duties that we have, and then going from 11 to 9, are we really breaking even on what we paid commissioners previously?
And I will add to Commissioner Morales's comments that a good way to look at it is what the population what is the budget of the county? And two, how many citizens is each commissioner represented? I think a lot of commissions have a public committee or a separate committee that decides that, because it just puts us in an uncomfortable position. If it was somebody else sitting in this chair, be like, yeah, they deserve 40,000. I mean, I know the work that goes into this. I am more, and I know that I am in the minority on this on the board, but I am in more of the favor of per diems and paying people that are constantly at tons and tons of committees, because I mean, that's what other counties do. I did some research. Livingston County gets retirement benefits. They pay themselves in the 20s, but they have per diems that are like $14,000 a year with retirement benefits. A lot of counties do that. So if we're going to be upfront and honest about it and say, this is what our salary is, we're not doing per diems, and we're relying on the voters to vote people in or out. That's the will of this board. My preference is the more of a per diem method, but I understand when I've lost a battle, I don't keep on fighting it. I just mention it once in a while. But that's how I feel. Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Vice Chair. And for me, I just feel like once you get in per diems and start putting all that paperwork in, we're already overwhelmed. And for me, rather have a flat. I don't want any extra paperwork to submit, we don't even submit timesheets. Y'all just do it for us, right? Where I'm sure everybody else has to submit one. So I would prefer anything less than just have a flat out salary as opposed to, John, can you cover this meeting? And then I still want my per diem because John covered the meeting for me. No, I'm just, but I mean, it could get to that, you know what I'm saying? So I would highly, be in support of just getting a flat rate salary, calling it a day. And y'all don't have to see us asking for nothing for 4 more years.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm in complete agreement with Monteith and in complete disagreement with you, Vice Chair. I was thinking primarily of Ryan Post's folks having to process all the paperwork to issue those per diem checks. That's why we don't do the, what was it? We started out doing that with cell phones. Oh, my goodness. Now it's a flat, what, 50 a month, something like that. But originally we were trying to turn in our cell phone bills and that sort of stuff. That's a total waste of finance time.
And I'm used to being in the minority on these votes. Commissioner Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you. I concur with Monteith on mark this day on the calendar about the per diems. I don't, but I think this is just more, and I agree. We are doing a whole lot more with a whole lot less people, but I just have a terrible problem with this amount of money. I would also, but I would think that we should consider I don't care what you want to call it, step raise or a percent. If we did it at a lesser amount and then the following year, because I believe when we set this is going to be like for 4 years. So maybe we should be considering that there should be a percentage increase over the 4-year period versus this is it, you're done for your time frame. So I would think a little bit less. And I'm kind of was good with what you presented around the 25 mark, something in that neighborhood. But I'm just throwing that out there. And I go to a lot of meetings and I realize that's probably not enough, but the idea is that, we're trying to help the community, but I guess just my side of it.
Okay.
Well, I'll continue on and just stick on this slide just really quick, Dina. So we, within this bucket, in this priority, you'll see again, there are increases for like travel accounts, professional development, and that's what all that's really related to. There are departments that have increased positions that need, professional development funding, whether that be for association dues, memberships, travel training. So that's what you kind of see in this bucket here, with exception of obviously the wages. So I won't go through all of those, but you can kind of see in the table, that's what all of those kind of relate to. All right, next slide, Dina. So the next slide. Oh,
sorry, really quick, but there are no, I'm just looking through this real quick. There are no positions in this one, but the positions are in the next ones that you do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, apologies. I kind of misspoke. So that board priority was compensation and benefits. So that's why I have it on a different slide. Yes. So the next priority was community equity. And so you'll see that we have some items in here. The MDHHS board is requesting just a slight increase or appropriation rather, because they actually, sometimes there are some years where they don't receive an appropriation. So it's been, I'd say a couple of years since they've received their last appropriation. So they're requesting $6,000. And a lot of that actually goes towards they're a member of the state association for MDHHS, local social welfare board. So it kind of covers that. MSU extension and 3% increase their MOU agreement, and then MSU extension partial investment in a community food systems educator. We also have a position creation within this bucket for the clerk register of deeds office for a vital records coordinator that services vulnerable populations. Also have treasurer's office, position creation for one foreclosure prevention specialist, and that's to service those as in our vulnerable populations, and then position creation in the jail for an ISK jail position, and that's a position that ISK is losing funding for, and so eliminating or losing that position within the jail would be really catastrophic, honestly, to their operation. They need that position to ensure that those vulnerable populations within the jail for mental health, community mental health, are properly tend to. So next slide, Dina, please. Thank you. So that's next slide is the law enforcement fund. So these are all requests that essentially are able to be addressed within this bucket. So there's some animal services and enforcement. We have circuit court requests. You'll see here that the Office of Community Corrections, they're tethering that indigent equipment fund continuation. So if you recall, the board had piloted that or seeded that pilot some funding, and so they're asking to continue that. So they're asking for $50,000 there. There's some prosecuting attorney positions that they've asked to be created, and then obviously also some sheriff's office items that they've asked for. So one is a creation of a lieutenant position, and then they have some contractual requests that they put through. So vehicles, provisions, lab equipment, things like that. So yes, Vice Chair.
Just really quick on the prosecuting attorney, the numbers there: victim advocate 100,000, legal assistant 75, and then an attorney supervisor at 100,000. It seems like somebody that's supervising large numbers of attorneys would be making more than that with their salaries and fringes at 49%. That would be like a $60,000 attorney supervisor, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so these are numbers that were put forward in the new funding request. And so we can go back and ensure that that number is trued up, because I did look at that when I put it in there, and I had the same question. I didn't have time to work with them yet to ensure that that is the accurate number, but those were numbers that they provided to us. So, but we'll go back with finance and ensure that the K-ban is, I actually have a mess. So it sounds like, okay, so this is a position that is supervising support staff, not attorneys. So it probably is correct, and it's articulated incorrectly. So we'll go back and fix that.
Gotcha, no problem. And then I know that because that makes a lot more sense, because a lot of attorneys were provided by that grant that he's got. He probably needs more support staff to pay for the attorneys that he's gotten from Lance. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yep, no, great question. Thank you. And like I said, we'll go back and correct the language on there. So thank you. Let's see, next slide, Dina. So these are not board priorities, but we title them operational initiatives. So you'll see on the left side, we're leveraging funding to satisfy a number of positions and I just say operational requests. So the first one being for the Board of Commissioners, that position creation of the administrative coordinator that would assist with a lot of the advisory bodies and just board duties that really Dina's doing now. So that really takes up a lot of time. So we know that's certainly a full-time position. There's an increase for the admin. We're saying admin fleet vehicles, but all departments use them or have available or have the ability to use them. So those are motor pool vehicles. We have to establish an account for essentially the travel, the gasoline associated with that. Reclassifying a position from a K-108 to K-112, chief of staff in the administrator's office. And then there's a pretty substantial increase to the MMRMA insurance premium. I've already met with MMRMA on that. It's about $200,000 that we need to put into our retention fund, and then also ensure that we can pay the premium increase on that. B&G has several requests for utility cost increase, maintenance account increases, technology infrastructure supply budget increases. A lot of the cable runs that we do and things like that. A lot of the technology that's in buildings is supported by B&G and or IT, and B&G does a lot of that work, so they need a budget for that. And just haven't had one. And then you'll see that there's 2 position creations, one a purchasing coordinator. So as you know, in the finance department, we just have 2 individuals that process all of the purchasing coordinate all purchasing for the county government. And knowing the size of our budget, they're really understaffed. So we're asking for a purchasing coordinator and then another accountant too, kind of knowing that finance will be taking over some of the duties that HRs coordinate now, which are coordinated by an HR manager, like our retirement fund and things like that. That'll kind of shift over to finance. So they'll need another accountant too to do that. We have some, equipment maintenance fees in HR, like for time clocks and things of that nature. And then as you see, there's just some planning and development, a minimal increase of $1,000 for supplies. Drain Commissioner has 3 separate requests that are very minimal. And then HR creation, position creation of 1 HR generalist position to assist with payroll. So we have, for all 800 and almost 1,000 employees, really, when you start getting into the summer months and the seasonal employees, we don't have a lot of payroll staff to process the payroll that we have in other duties associated within HR. So they're asking for another HR generalist to ensure that they can kind of keep up with the workload. If you don't know, and I know I've articulated this last year, we have a lot of departments have been getting better. We've been trying to keep our HR staff from working on the weekends to process payroll, because I'm sure the Board of Commissioners will hear it from employees that they're not paid. So there are a lot of times, especially during holidays, we have HR employees working on holidays and HR employees working on weekends, and it's just not something that's sustainable for their well-being. And so that's why that HR generalist is in there. The operational initiatives on the right side, on operational initiatives, capital improvements, this is leveraging that 3% that we were talking about. So these are some of the projects that are on the horizon. So the body worn camera for jail and operations division, it's pretty expensive, it's $356,000. The jail camera and control upgrade project is about $450,000. The flock cameras program, I believe that's the license plate reader program. And then there's 2 requests in there from B&G for jail replacement, jail toilet replacement program, and then a capital facility maintenance program account. Please, Vice Chair.
And sorry, just so I understand this correctly. So if we didn't get to the 8%, let's say we got 7, this is where we would be cut from this. Gotcha. Okay.
So no, that's a great question. So that's exactly what we would do. And we would basically prioritize these. So we know that for sure, really priority wise, we know that the sheriff's office needs body worn cameras. So we would likely know, kind of where we're sitting, throughout the year, if we can start paying for some of these things so that they can, move on and get what they need, the equipment they need for their deputies. So
we should know by June equalization report, correct? Yeah.
So those are just the recommendations for, again, the general operating capital and law enforcement fund. And then next we will move to the non-medical benefits. And so no decisions again need to be made tonight, but just want to run through those really quickly as a reminder, and then we can come back in subsequent meetings and kind of drill down further on that to solidify what we want to do. So Dina, next slide, please. So the first one was longevity pay, and I know we had a discussion on that. The Plan Design Committee recommended we not implement it because it was something that was taken away before. And as you'll see on priority number 3, it's the cash out annual leave once per year. I remember articulating that folks that are, or employees that are within, longer tenured employees would be able to take more advantage of that. So that could be, I would say, sort of in place of longevity pay. It's almost identical, and those that are here longer would be able to take advantage to cash out their leave. So they do recommend that. The second one, and we just need sort of board input on, the board or the plan design committee did recommend that we implement paid FML for just the parental side. So what was communicated to employees through survey was that it would have been for, would they prefer medical and parental? The plan design committee is recommending the parental leave. And at the time, the plan design committee recommended 8 weeks, but we had discussions with the board. And I think there was consensus more around increasing that possibly to 12 weeks. And so we would just need to know, where the board wants to land on that. Rule of 80 implementation. That, the estimated cost is about $756,000. And so we just, basically, how we want to move forward on that. Paid bereavement leave, we heard, plan design committee said yes. We presented 80 hours. The board said, wait a minute, that's too much. So we said, okay, 40 hours, just need to know if we want to make sure that that's the right amount. If you recall, number 6 was increasing frozen sick leave, increased frozen sick leave payout from 50 to 75%. The plan design committee recommended 50% of one-time costs at 1.1 million, and that would be deducted from the employee benefits fund to pay that off to get that liability off the books. And then next slide, please, Dina. And then
where is that
yes.
liability? Sorry, where it's just a question. Where is that line? This might be a question for Ryan, actually. But where's that liability at right now? Is it on our employee benefits fund, or is it a liability listed on another fund?
So, well, it's a liability, right? I mean, we don't realize it until an employee that was grandfathered in has that benefit. So, but it's something that would be a liability on the employee benefits fund books. Yeah.
So in our audit, it is a liability on the employee benefits fund?
I don't think it's in the audit as that. I think that we just more or less know that it's out there, and so we can calculate it, but it's not, I don't think it's realized in the audit.
I think it is. I'm going off of memory, but I think it is realized in the audit, but I could be wrong. But I do support this either way. I support this because it's getting our liability off our books for a cheaper amount, and that will be much more expensive later. So I'll get with Ryan afterwards.
Yeah, and we'll look that up here shortly because I have the audit up, so I can look. Yeah, we'll look it up, and then so on this next slide, we had presented moving step increases to March 1st. That's been tabled just because of the ERP issues that we have going on. So we can revisit that later. We also had presented on allowing tuition reimbursement program to reimburse employees for student loans. The plan design committee said no. The adding childcare financial support for all employees, as you know, we have TRI-Share, but that's income eligible. So this would have extended childcare financial support to all employees. Plan design committee recommended no at this time, just based on some of the other liabilities we have out there on the employee benefits fund. But that's something that can certainly be revisited for sure if the board wants to fund something like that. But also take into consideration that it wouldn't be able to, it's a program right now we're experiencing issues with TRI-Share and how they are rolling out that program in terms of implementation. So even if we were to say yes today for 2025, we're not even sure we could implement something like that in 2025, but I think it's something that we can continue discussing. So yes, Vice Chair.
You're absolutely correct. We cannot. But I do think that we should be striving to do that. There are employers in town, governmental employers in town as well, that are very interested in how we can go about doing that. And I think it needs to be some synergy with the city of Portage and city of Kalamazoo, and maybe some other folks that want to take part in this. But I don't think we should give up on this. I think childcare financial support for all of our employees is one of the best benefits that we can do to attract quality, good employees. I'm now that I'm a parent and I have kids, I know that when you're looking for employment, that's something that you that kind of sways on things. That and student loans debt. I don't have any student loan debt, but I do have kids. And I know those two things are one of the biggest factors in getting good quality employees. So if we could maybe, I don't even know, probably have some private conversations, but then try to work with the city of Portage and the city of Kalamazoo to figure out what they're doing or how they're doing it and how we can work together on it, because I think the three of us could probably get it done.
And then, yeah, no, very good comments, Vice Chair. Lastly, you'll see that we did, the Plan Design Committee did recommend increasing tuition reimbursement from 2,000 to 5,000, and then also able to use that for all tuition and fees. Currently, it's just available just for tuition and no fees, which is something that we believe that should be extended. Then the last two programs were related to that the Plan Design Committee didn't recommend, but allowing tuition reimbursement to be used for employee dependent college expenses, and then bringing back on-site wellness coordinator. So at this time, those were not within the recommendation. And then the last two items I wanted to cover before we move on for questions and comments were the employer assisted housing program. So this would align, this would fit well within a non-medical benefit. Non-medical benefit enhancement rather. So employer assisted housing is, as you recall, we had Director Balkema present on that program through KNHS to consider supporting that program through them for employees to take advantage of some funding to assist in obtaining, becoming a homeowner. And so the program would scale over 3 years. The proposed allocation for that for the first year for 2025 is $50,000. And then lastly, taking into consideration, I know Vice Chair Taylor spoke about this, but a lobbyist. So right now, within everything that I presented, we don't have any funding within operational to support it, although we might be able to bump up some revenue to it's about $65,000 for a lobbyist. So if the board is so inclined to do that, we can, as even Commissioner Wheeler alluded to, we could probably bump up investment income revenue projection to address the lobbyist desire. So those are two items that we didn't forget about. They're not in the recommendation now, but we can certainly fold those in if desired by the board. And then I believe that is all I have, but happy to take questions, comments, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this and the staff that has done on this. Two things I didn't see, maybe I missed them trying to go through this quickly. We talked about possibly putting somebody on the Parks Department for a fair person, and also emergency management, putting a staff member in that's going to, that you're working on right now, I know, but I didn't see it in the budget. So maybe I'm just missing it, or isn't it in there?
Yes, thank you for the question, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. So the emergency management, are you referring to the director position? Oh yeah, that position is already funded. So we're recruiting for that position now. It's currently funded within general operations. Yeah. Yes, that is correct. And then that's a great question though. I was like, yeah, wait a minute. I was like, we have one. And then the fair. So currently, there isn't anything in there. When we went through the budget retreat, it didn't appear to me that the board as a collective body desired to fund out of the general fund a robust county fair or funding a position, but it's something that we can certainly take a look at and do if desired by the board. Yeah, I just need some direction on that.
I would support putting a position in there for to try to figure out how we're going to have a long-term operation of our fair, move it from our Parks Department, which I have to say, Dave Rakowitz we gave him an Herculean task, as we often do, and he was able to save 4-H for a number of years, and he did that. But if we're going to build out a fair, we're going to need to have a full-time person to do that. And I would support that. Now, there's a couple different revenues. We talked about KL landfill. That's one-time money. Commissioner Wheeler talked about operational dollars for that. I think we can get that, or, you know, whether it be salaries or whatever it is, we can find the amount of money for a fair director. I think that would be something I'd be happy to put that in there. I will say that I appreciate this, Kevin. This is gonna take some time to go through, but how many positions total is it adding?
I am counting 12 positions currently, but I will verify. I believe it's actually 13. I didn't see, I think it's 13, but I'll double check. Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. I was trying to count myself. Before I'm gonna kind of try to synopsis all my stuff into one paragraph if I could. But are there any commissioners that would like to speak on this, or questions or concerns about this? Commissioner Gissel?
Yes, I've got a bunch of questions, but I want to have a chance to go through what you've presented, Kevin, and I commend you for doing a great job of getting the ideas out on the table. And whoever did the graphics on your slides, I really salute that. I'm a sucker for Flash. Thank you.
Okay. I think that this is, again, that's just like last budget. This is close. I think we're getting there, and I think we should have something by October, hopefully. They're, you know, like a fair position. I think on the revenue side, tweak to pay for it. Other than that, I mean, I think the generality of this is good stuff. I have to go, you know, dig into it. We just got it, but I think this is a really good start.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And by the way, so I had various staff work on this, but the graphics pretty much handled by Taylor Koopman and Laura and in our communications department. So yeah.
I'd hate to think you were the expert.
Okay, seeing no other commissioner comments, we are on to Treasurer's Office Annual Report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. Treasurer heavy evening. I will try to be quick, though. I know that was a lot to go through, and I hate to have to follow the administrator there, but thank you for the opportunity. If we can get that presentation pulled up. Wonderful. All right. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present this report to you. It's an annual report to tell you what we've been doing the last year, but also to give you an idea of things that are coming from the Treasurer's Office in the next couple of years. Next slide, please. Quick table of contents just to show you where we're going. But Dina, we can move on from there. Thank you. Quick update from me. I want to say a little bit about working in the Treasurer's Office first. And this is a little bit wordy for a slide, but working in the Treasurer's Office is simultaneously one of the most rewarding and humbling things that I've ever done. We have enormous power to affect people's lives every day, to improve the quality of their experience, and to improve this county where we live and all want to see it thrive. But at the same time, we're faced with stories of poverty and incredible personal hardship on a daily basis. And it reminds you the struggles that people go through. That's why I'm really proud of the staff that we've put together, the team in the Treasurer's Office, who are all people who are never satisfied with the status quo. In the past few years, we have, through their and my hard work, Reduce foreclosures to near the minimum possible number. We're optimizing collections for our accommodations taxes to provide increased customer service and ensure timely remittances. We've diversified our investments, as stated by my chief deputy earlier tonight, to recognize increased gains in a complicated rate environment. And we strategically position the county for maximum safety and long-term investment returns. We're really proud of the work we're doing, excited about the opportunities to improve in the years to come. And I wanted to say thank you for all your support. And also thank you to my staff for all of their blood, sweat, and tears that they put into this county government. Next slide, please. So we're going to start off alphabetically with some of the things that we do in the county treasurer's office. We're going to start with accommodation taxes. So by ordinance and by state law, the Kalamazoo County Treasurer collects 5% excise tax on lodging and remits that to partner entities that support tourist activities and convention business in the county. So I've talked about accommodation taxes with you before. We have some hoteliers that don't remit on time or have technical issues. And so to that end, coming up at the next board meeting, will be a request to complete an RFP process that we've been going through to improve our accommodations tax collection system. The new tax collection system will have increased customer service. It's run by the company, and will also allow us to collect from short-term rentals such as Airbnb and VRBO that should allow us to recognize in the county up to an extra $350,000 in revenue.
Are other counties currently utilizing the VRBO combination tax collection, and they're getting the revenue from that?
Yes, and the current ordinance that we have allows collection from those. It's just that with our current system and the current resources at our fingertips, we have no way to identify, contact, and collect from those providers. And the new system provides us those tools.
I'm sure Dave Rakowitz and Jane Ghosh will be extremely excited to hear that.
They were when we mentioned it previously, so we're really excited about it too. Just as a benchmark, the 2022 collections for accommodation taxes totaled $3.185 million, and the 2023 collections totaled $3.43 million, which is a 7.72% increase year over year. 2024 collections are on track to increase as well. I'll have those final numbers for you next year. Next slide, please. From accommodations to adjustments, we move down the alphabet. So I was talking a little bit with Commissioner or Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler about our tax adjustments earlier in the meeting. Local assessors, boards of review, the State Tax Commission, and the Michigan Tax Tribunal send tax adjustments that are processed by the county treasurer's office. Earlier this year, we completely overhauled the system by which we processed these to increase the speed at which they can be processed and to return those refunds to our taxpayers in a more timely manner. We also, just so you know, those refunds to taxpayers are then charged back to the levying units that we've paid through the DTRF. And so the county budget remains neutral on those actions. Some numbers. So in 2023, we processed 238 tax adjustments through our office. 2024 to date, we have processed 427. That reflects a significant increase in the volume of adjustments that are coming through the office. It's 189 more adjustments at this time. And that is as of September 1st. So even that number is out of date. Go ahead.
Did I hear you right? You said you're using DTRF money for tax adjustments?
No, when we get the delinquent taxes from our local units, we pay them out with the DTRF.
Gotcha.
And then all of the activity happens within that fund for these adjustments.
That makes a million more sense.
It makes quite a few cents. Specifically, in 2023, we refunded $408,810.49 to taxpayers. To date in 2024, we're at 563,961.22, which is a $155,000 increase in refunds back to taxpayers due to assessor and other actions. And then the big one in 2023, we had about a 1 month, about a 30-day lead time on our tax adjustments. And in 2024, after the overhaul of that system, it has come down to a 1 week lead time on checks going back out to taxpayers, a reduction in the time of about 3 weeks.
One more thing, the increase in the refunds to taxpayers, that's probably due to more people going through board of review.
That is.
Okay.
It's more people going to board of review, and that reflects just the larger number of tax adjustments that we processed.
And I appreciate the 1 week lead time. I was getting calls from township people, but I appreciate that.
And that was the reason that we overhauled the system, because I was getting those calls too. Yeah. If we could go to the next slide, please. From adjustments to investments. So we gave our investment report earlier tonight. I'm not going to stomp all over Tyler's thunder there. But our returns in 2023 were 7.27 million. And our 2024 returns are on track to that 7 million-ish number. We'll see how that works out with the rate adjustments coming down from the Fed. But I did want to highlight that we are transitioning our portfolio to longer term strategies so that we can ride out the interest rates we have now and not be affected as much by those rate cuts as we go forward. Next slide, please. And now we get to the meat of it. This is hard to see, and I can send you over anybody who's interested a version of this foreclosure timeline. But the principal responsibility of the Kalamazoo County Treasurer's Office is enforcing provisions of the General Property Tax Act as it relates to delinquent property taxes. So I've explained this process a couple of times, but we assume the delinquent tax balances from the local units. We pay them out to make sure that their budgets are whole and they're able to provide the services to citizens that are required. And then we take on the burden of collecting that tax debt. We serve delinquency notices via mail. We publish listings. We do in-person visits, and we work with taxpayers to ensure that anyone who wants to stay in their home has that opportunity. We work with lots of organizations across the county to aid us in that journey. Our goal is to work ourselves out of a job. I want to have zero tax foreclosures and zero delinquent taxes across this county. I'll never get there, but it's a goal, and the closer we get to it, the better I sleep at night. So if we go to the next slide, please. So foreclosures and grants at a glance. So over the past 4 years, we've kept foreclosures at record lows. Thank you, Dina. The sort of timeline there for you to take a look at. I took office in 2021. We dropped foreclosures to 25. And with the exception of 2022, where we missed it by 2, we have kept foreclosures under 50. That is my goal, to keep them under 50 and as low as possible into those double digits as we can forevermore. It has been a challenge dealing with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the hardship that has created. But through the hard work of myself and our staff in the Treasurer's Office, we've managed it. Also, I want to say thank you to this Board of Commissioners for providing the grant funds to allow us to rescue the taxpayers that are in impossible financial situations with their delinquent taxes. We'll get into a little bit more detail on that, but the City of Kalamazoo also provided grants of $105,000 in 2023 and 2024, and the county provided $66,117.85 in 2024. We also reached out to state programs like MyHalf, which is the largest of these. In the 2022 and 2023 years, they provided over $400,000 to help taxpayers that were negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The total delinquent taxes that are owed to the county of Kalamazoo as of 9/1/2024 is $11,828,940.05. Next slide, please. So, delinquent taxes. This map is a little bit difficult to see, and I apologize for that, but I've got good news. Arriving in your email just about now is a link to the interactive GIS map that my office has been developing. In that map, you'll see layers that will show you where every delinquent tax is owed, all of the forfeitures, all of the foreclosures, where grant funds have been applied. You can separate it and drill down by your own district. You can see the streets, you can see the everything but the names. So if you want to play with that, you're more than welcome to. Please do, to get a better idea of what your district looks like, who needs help in that district. And then if you know them or can help me get in touch with them, that's going to aid me in making sure that they don't face the hardship of foreclosure in the coming years. Hardship is an apolitical issue. If someone is suffering, I feel compelled to help them. And I know by the virtue of you sitting in the seats that you're sitting in, you do as well. The county's owed just over $11.82 million in delinquent taxes, like I said, from just under 3,300 parcels that are spread throughout the county. To put that in view, the county has over 100,000 parcels and only 3,300 owe delinquent taxes of any type. All of those delinquent taxes accrue interest until they hit the forfeiture date, at which point things get a little bit more expensive. We go to the next slide, please. So this slide, you may be able to tell, has many fewer dots. This is the forfeitures in the county of Kalamazoo. Once property's been in the county's inventory of delinquent taxes for a year, it goes into what's called forfeiture. Of the $11.82 million in delinquent taxes owed to the county, only $3.22 million are in forfeiture, which relates to just over 900 parcels. We catch most of the parcels when they get into delinquency because most people who have delinquent taxes, it's an accident. And they get in touch with us and they pay their taxes, and that's the end of it. These forfeitures are generally the people who need the most help. Per statute, forfeited parcels accrue interest at 1.5% per month. There are also fees that I call fees for service. These fees reflect work that the Treasurer's Office does in the efforts to contact these taxpayers, the legal fees to record the necessary documents, and to move the process of foreclosure forward. If an owner hasn't paid their balance or received a financial hardship extension, which many of them do, the forfeited parcel will foreclose on April 1st of the year after forfeiture. Next slide, please. So the grants that were so generously given to the Treasurer's Office, we apply those based on the stipulations that are laid out by the grantor. The city of Kalamazoo has a long list of requirements for those grant funds, including the core neighborhoods being prioritized. But we go through those. If you want more information on them, I'm happy to provide it later. This is a map of where the grant funds have been applied. Each one of those is a parcel that was paid off and kept out of foreclosure by the grant funds that you and the city of Kalamazoo supplied. We also work with other organizations such as the Veterans Service Administration, Housing and Urban Development, and many others to address the problems that lead people into tax foreclosure and delinquent tax problems. We go to the next slide, please. Here I have broken out by commissioner district the grants, delinquencies, and forfeitures. In this, you can see, how much grant funds were awarded, where your delinquent taxes sit as far as their base, and what the interest on those has been, and the total delinquent tax. And then you can see the breakdown of how much of those delinquent taxes are forfeited and in that final year before foreclosure. If you see in the grant funds awarded, for instance, in Commissioner Mazer or Commissioner Strebs, the $6.08 of grant funds applied. If a delinquent tax is about to go into forfeiture, the day that it goes forfeit, it gets a $175 fee slapped on it, and we have to do a 40-year tax search on that property. And so in order to save a taxpayer that only owes us $6, $175, we used the small remaining balance of the grant funds, the spare change that was left over, to eliminate these small, usually rounding or interest errors, and alleviate some pain for our taxpayers. All right, we move on to the next slide, please. I can turn my page. So what happens after foreclosure? After foreclosure, we aim to get the properties back on the tax rolls as fast as possible. The main way we do that is through our property tax auctions. Those are held online or through first right of refusal to the local units of government. The county can take properties on first right and does on a somewhat regular basis. Many of those end up going over to our housing office, where Director Balkema and I talk about what each property can be used for to try and achieve the goals of providing affordable and attainable housing. Any property that goes to the auction and is not sold, or property that is so far gone it needs to be demolished, and doesn't have an excess proceeds claim on it. Excess proceeds made this whole thing much more complicated, but this is generalizations. Those properties, some can end up in the land bank, and the land bank exists to take properties that are unwanted by others in the county, revitalize them, and return them to the tax rolls. The end goal is to get these properties that have gone through tax foreclosure back into the hands of taxpayers who can put them to their highest and best use. Next slide, please. So that's some of the work that we've done. Here's some of the work that we're planning on doing. These are ongoing projects, things that we are aiming to do in the next year. So the first is revising our extension agreements. In the administrator's recommended budget, we had a tax foreclosure prevention specialist position that we are hoping you will approve the creation of. That position will be there to revise the extension agreements that we use to identify the causes of hardship, to connect with assistance organizations, and then follow up throughout the year with the people on those extension agreements to make sure that they are getting the assistance they need to stay out of tax foreclosure danger. We want to make sure that people who we give an extension agreement to have a path out of the cycle of tax foreclosure, where things are just continuously getting worse and worse. The other thing we're doing is using the ArcGIS mapping tools, which we used to produce those maps earlier, to identify delinquent and forfeited parcels. We're finding new ways to use this information, however, and we believe that we are going to be able to develop a predictive model to identify parcels at high risk of foreclosure so that we can focus our foreclosure prevention efforts. The next thing is text and email reminders. We are going to be sending out email and text reminders for tax billing dates, payment deadlines, ACH withdrawal dates for those on automatic payment plans, and reminders of payment plan agreements and deadlines. And finally, we are standardizing and digitizing forms and procedures using the new tools available to us with the new county website initiative to create fillable PDF forms for all sorts of things across the county. Our county treasurer's responsibilities to make it easier for people to access these forms and to complete the claim forms, the motions to file with the court, the poverty exemptions from our various townships and local units, and the veterans exemptions that they may qualify for. Have the next slide, please. So how can you help? Like I said, hardship is an apolitical issue, and I will work with anybody that wants to help in order to solve this problem. Citizen outreach is one of the biggest ways that you can help. If there are people in your district that are struggling, connect them with me. We can get that problem solved. The next is to connect Treasury with support programs in your district. We don't know all of the different nonprofits and support programs that exist. We are working on mapping those. That's one of the parts of the GIS system that we're working on. And we have over 1,300 to go through and look at in the county of Kalamazoo. More foreclosure prevention grant funds. If you see fit to include more grant funds in the budget this year for foreclosure prevention, I will see fit to spend them. I can help people. I have done it every year so far, and I will continue to as long as you'll let me. And then, as said previously, fund the hiring of a dedicated social worker to serve as a foreclosure prevention specialist in Treasury so that we can get people the help they need to stay out of delinquent tax issues. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Kissler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thomas, you put a couple of great maps up. I'm big on that kind of thing too. It saves me reading a lot. Can you tell me, is that based on the same GIS system that other parts of the county operation use? And I think the planning department's probably the residents of that system.
Yes,
And this is just a foreclosure layer?
It is. We worked with the planning department to build this system. And we're working closely with them to continue to develop the application to build additional capabilities.
So you aren't reinventing the wheel or anything?
No,
Okay,
no.
thank
no.
you.
I love software development, but not that much.
Well, thank you very much. And I would be remiss if I didn't point this out every single time. When I got on this board in 2023, we were making a few $100,000 in interest, and now we're in the millions. So appreciate that. Appreciate Tyler, appreciate your staff. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to do a closed session, or can we take a break? How long do you think it'll take?
So we can move the closed session to regular meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that. I think yeah, we'll do it right at the start of 7.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Thank you. With no objections, we are adjourned.
Hey, Dina, did Zach leave?
I don't know if he did or not. I was trying to figure out what the yelling was in there.
Yeah, who Lou had to tell him to shut up?
I think that's what happened, but I couldn't, it was off to the side where I couldn't see.
Yeah, threw Monteith all the way off.
Sure did.
So it went well.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Chair Taylor didn't go off the script too much. And then when he did, he was like, oh, it's in there. Okay.
Yeah, he brought it back.
Mm-hmm.
You just stay on for the 7?
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Christine says we can hear you on YouTube.
We better quit talking.
Yeah. Thank you, Christine.
All right, I'm going to call the September 17th, 2024 regular board to session, and I will do it very slowly so Commissioner Gissler can get back to his seat. And Commissioner Wheeler, is it do you have the, all right, Commissioner, you can do it? Okay, Commissioner Wheeler, would you like to lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
We're doing invocation, not the Pledge of Allegiance. In the spirit of diversity and recognizing all of the differences that we have in our wonderful community, I will not be saying a prayer, but rather giving you a moment to say your own prayer for whatever religion or denomination that you choose. So I'll give you just a few seconds and you can bow your head if you'd like. Very good. Thank you very much.
Clerk, would you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gissler. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Here.
Commissioner Mazer. Commissioner Morales.
Present.
Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs. Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Here.
You have 6 present.
All right, thank you very much. And right now, we are going to go into closed session. Does somebody have a motion to move us into closed? Commissioner I'll let Commissioner Hepler. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this is the one we want. I move that the board meet in closed session under Section 8E of the Open Meetings Act to consult with attorneys regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with the Mitchell versus County of Kalamazoo and workers' compensation matter.
There's a motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We are now in closed session. Oh. Corporate Counsel?
I believe that there's also another motion for another separate closed session. It should be right behind that one.
I move that the board meet in closed session under Section 8E of the Open Meetings Act to consult with our attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with James Sandlin versus County of Kalamazoo, a workers' compensation matter. Support.
Motion carries. We are now in closed session to discuss those two pending litigation. Clerk, would you please take roll?
Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs. Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer. Commissioner Morales. You have 5 yes.
We are now in closed session. All right, we got 2 closed sessions, so we have 2 votes.
Commissioner Strebs. Vice Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer. Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Chair Ray. You have 6 yes.
Now. All right, the chair will entertain a motion to, we don't, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to come out of closed session.
I move that we come out of closed session.
Motion and support. This, we don't need a roll call, right? Just voice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay.
I make a motion to approve the closed session minutes.
Motion to approve the closed session minutes. Is there a support? Motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Closed session minutes are approved. Next up, we have proclamations. The chair knows of no proclamations here. Communications, we have a Crawford County resolution opposing the use of state lands by Camp Grayling by permit. Are there any other communications from commissioners? See none. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the September 3rd, 2024 Committee of the Whole and regular meeting minutes.
So moved.
Motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? The motion passes. Approval of the agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented in the packet with the addition of the opioid settlement task force members.
So moved.
All right, moved and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. We are now into public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens and residents to address the Board of Commissioners. Please tell us where you're from, give us your name, tell us where you're from, and you have up to 3 minutes. This is a time to engage the board in a respectful and professional manner. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Steve Patterson from Richland Township, 8384 Silverado Lane, Richland 49083. And I'm here to share information with all of you here, audience members, board members, about something that's going on in Kalamazoo County that it's wrong. I'm talking about the rate increase at Gull Lake Sewer and Water Authority. Our rates have doubled in the last few years, and we're told that it's because of infrastructure needs and materials and equipment. And yet, and we get these letters that say that, but they don't say that the director's salary has gone up 67%. They don't say that the director has created a new position, his assistant, who makes $80,000 a year, more than the director made when he was hired in. They don't say that the legal fees have gone up 757%. Those are red flags. The real tragedy is that at Gull Lake, imagine if you have like a nice big mansion out on Gull Lake, at a lot of bathrooms, like 5, 6 bathrooms, and you can flush anytime you want. It's a flat rate, so you pay the same as the single parent in a 1-bathroom home, same rate. And that's a problem. Not surprisingly, when the rates doubled, the late fees doubled. This is the tragedy. The late fees doubled, the arrears doubled. So we're putting people that are already struggling back for the same old story, putting them down, putting them back, late fees, arrears. They're not, where's it going to stop? That's the scary part, is there's no end in sight. The rates keep going up. I was at a meeting yesterday, they tabled it, but it looks like there's another new contract for the director. So his salary just keeps going up, up, up. I'm having trouble getting information from them through FOIA requests. It's been very difficult. I've been met with harassment. I won't go into all of it, but you know, certainly a lack of cooperation, and way deeper than that. This will continue to be a problem, and it's kept quiet. They won't give out information. Good government means transparency, but this government, Gull Lake Sewer and Water Authority, is in a cover-up mode. By the way, they don't treat the sewage, they ship it to Kalamazoo. This is a duplication of services Gull Lake Sewer and Water should be eliminated, dissolved. We don't need them. It's a duplication. I get my water from Kalamazoo. I want my sewer hooked up to Kalamazoo. I'm here to share information, not just with the board, but with community members. You need to be aware this is happening in our county, and it's wrong. If you're going to give yourself these exponential raises, at least let us know and don't cover it up. I'm sorry, you could tell I'm aggravated by it. I am. I'm angry about it, and I can control my anger. It's not like I'm gonna go off, but it's upsetting.
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
But if you would email me to my county
I
email
can.
address, I
I
would
can.
appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I appreciate your time. This looks like good government to me, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
My name's Zach. You might want to wait a second, sir. My name's Zach Laster. If you think this looks like good government, these people are trying to give themselves an over 100% raise right now, tonight. They're trying to make more money than some of their employees that work full-time.
Listen, you know what?
You guys, I'm gonna try to organize a meeting here. Zach, I appreciate, you know I appreciate you more. But
That's all
this
we're
is
asking.
a
Do
time
the
for
right
you
thing.
to talk to us, and we will not be
Think with
doing
your
back and
heart.
forth. Thank you very much.
So I will just say this, giving yourself a 100% raise when you are saying you can't give your employees a 4% raise and have to give them a 3% raise, it's kind of a slap in the face. You've got many employees that barely make 30,000 and you want to make 40,000. I'm not disagreeing that you guys put in a lot of time and you're not just at these meetings and that's all you do. I'm not saying that at all, but when you're leaders, you gotta, you can't be having employees that are on food stamps that work full-time for you. The other important thing I want to say is this is Jim Van Dyken's last meeting as the undersheriff. He's being demoted. He can tell you more.
Thank you very much. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board?
Thank you. Zach, you're in rare form tonight, my friend. I am not being demoted for anything other than I'm planning my retirement, which most everyone here in this room knows. Thank you. So part of me relinquishing the undersheriff's position has been a 18-month succession plan that's going to come to fruition in a couple of weeks. So that's the truth behind that. And again, thanks for putting me on the spot, Zach. Thank you. And by the way, okay, Jim Van Dyken, Undersheriff, Kalamazoo County, I didn't state my name.
And Jim, you are one of the most appreciated members of this county staff. Thank you very much. Are there any other members wishing to address the Board of Commissioners?
Good evening, Jeff Messer, City of Kalamazoo resident, Rank My Vote volunteer, and candidate for Kalamazoo Public Library District Board of Trustees on your November 5th ballot nonpartisan section. Last year, I and other Rank My Vote volunteers collected 3,200 petition signatures from City of Kalamazoo residents. That allowed us to place a ranked choice voting question on the November municipal ballot. Kalamazoo voters approved our city charter amendment with 71% support. Also last year, Rank My Vote volunteers in East Lansing and Royal Oak collected petition signatures in their cities, qualified ranked choice voting questions for their November municipal ballots, and received voter approval of their charter amendments. In 2021, our ranked choice voting city charter amendment was approved in Ann Arbor with 73% voter support. In 2004, Ferndale voters approved ranked choice voting in their city. 5 Michigan cities have now amended their charters for ranked choice voting. We are building upon the success and moving forward with a statewide petition drive and ballot campaign to amend the Michigan Constitution for ranked choice voting on the November 2026 ballot, concurrent with the next gubernatorial election. The petition drive will begin next spring, 2025, and last for up to 6 months until we've collected our goal of 700,000 petition signatures statewide. We need our volunteers in place before next spring, so we're currently recruiting volunteers from all across the state. Anyone interested in volunteering can sign up on our website at rankmyvote.org/volunteer, where my is MI, the postal abbreviation for Michigan. rankmyvote.org/volunteer. Our first big push for volunteers statewide begins this Sunday, September 22nd in Livonia, when we kick off our 40 Town Halls in 40 Days campaign. Across 40 days in September and October, we've scheduled nearly 40 town halls about ranked choice voting in cities all across Michigan. The tour makes its first West Michigan stop in Portage next week on Thursday, September 26th at the Unitarian Universalist Community Church on Shaver Road from 6 to 7:30 p.m. On Tuesday, October 1, we'll be at the Willard Library in Battle Creek from 5:30 to 7 p.m. The presentation series comes to Kalamazoo Public Library's Central Branch in downtown Kalamazoo on Saturday, October 26th from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. RSVP for these town halls and see our full list of tour stops at rankmyvote.org/events. Please attend our town halls to learn about the benefits of ranked choice voting, how it works, and ask any and all of your democracy reform questions. Also come to these town halls to meet our Rank My Vote volunteers and sign up to volunteer with us. In Kalamazoo County, we'll need about 100 volunteers to meet our signature goal. Thank you. And I will be giving a copy of my remarks to the clerk. Please include them with the archive of tonight's meeting. Rank My Vote, Jeff Messer.
Thank you very much. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the board? Seeing none. Dina, are there any hands raised?
There are no hands raised.
All right, this moves us into our consent agenda. Abby, Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Under Administration, 2024-1100, request for approval of one change order bulletin, one with Calward Group, Inc., necessary to renovate the Gold Road Justice Complex building to construct a new courtroom and judge chambers, and to authorize the county administrator controller to approve all change orders bulletins associated with the project not exceeding $20,000 individually. Under the Board of Commissioners, all of these items are in 2024. Under the Board of Commissioners, item 1076, request for approval of a resolution to establish an ad hoc committee for the purpose of the senior millage allocations. 967, request for the review and approval of Michigan Works Southwest Intergovernmental Agreement. 968, request for the review and approval of a Michigan Works Southwest Workforce Development Board bylaws. 969, request for the review and approval of Michigan Works Southwest Workforce Development Board renewal appointments in the non-private sector. 972, request for the review and approval of infrastructure funding agreements under the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. 1000, request for approval of resolution to set annual meeting date and public hearing for proposed 2025 budget. Under Finance, item 766, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. 974, request for approval of various budget adjustments and transfers, which is housekeeping. 978, request for the approval of the Parks and Expo Center Capital Projects Budget Policy Fund 409. 983, request for the approval of a contract with asphalt restoration for asphalt repair and sealing. Under Health and Community Services, 959, request for the approval of a position creation with the Area Agency on Aging Division. 826, request for one, acceptance of the MDHHS Emerging Threat Amendment number 4. And 2, health officer to sign electronic contract on the county's behalf within eGRIMS. Under Housing, 1101, request for approval and signature of an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Portage. Under Human Resources, 954, request for approval of an agreement with Floors. Parks and Expo Center, 1084, request for approval of the resolution adopting the Kalamazoo County Parks and Recreation Master Plan, years 2025 to 2029. Under Planning, 1030, request for budget transfer to the Planning Department of $3,000 to provide training for municipal planning and zoning commissions in 2024. And under the Sheriff, 1024, request for approval and signature on First Amendment to the contract for professional services between the County of Kalamazoo and Via Path Technologies. I move that we vote on these items as one item.
Motion and support. Clerk, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Stubbs, Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
You have 6 yes.
The motion passes. I believe Commissioner Wheeler, you have the unfinished business and general orders motion.
All right, the first one I have is I move that the board authorize the settlement recommended by legal counsel in the matter of James Sandlin versus the County of Kalamazoo in the amount of $125,000.
Motion and support. I think this can just be voice vote, correct?
Yes.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
I move that the board authorize a settlement recommended by legal counsel in the matter of Michael Heemstra versus County of Kalamazoo in the amount of $225,000.
There's a motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries.
And lastly, I move that Chair Tammy Ray be appointed to the Opioid Remediation Mini Grants Application Scoring Committee with the Kalamazoo County Foundation, and that Chair Ray is authorized to select the remaining appointments from the names provided, with staff confirming their availability to serve.
There's a motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion carries. Now we are on new business non-consent. Commissioner DeLu, do you want to read the first new business?
2024-962, public hearing for proposed Landscape Forms Incorporated Brownfield Plan in the Charter Township of Comstock.
The motion and support. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, we are now in a public hearing for proposed landscape form brownfield plan in the Charter Township of Comstock. If anybody wishes to speak to this. Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joe Augustinelli, Michigan Growth Advisors, 100 West Michigan, Kalamazoo. I just want to say thank you to the board for your consideration. Won't rehash the project we discussed 2 weeks ago, but we're excited to be in front of you today. And just as one quick update, the brownfield plan was unanimously approved yesterday by the Comstock Township Board of Trustees. So there is local support, and we'd be happy to answer any questions if the board has any, but I'll introduce the landscape form teams one more time.
Hello, I'm Jody Havera, CFO of Landscape Forms. Just again, want to thank you all for your support. Landscape Forms was founded in 1969 by a local landscape architect, John Chipman. Today, we have over 600 employees, and we're very proud to call Comstock home. And with your support, we will be able to do this building expansion, which will be the single largest investment in our company's history. And we are happy to be here and really grateful for your support. And Commissioner Gisler last night asked a question about the new courthouse and some of the benches that were outside the courthouse. And those are in fact Landscape Forms benches. So that was great to hear. And we have 48 benches inside the courthouse as well. So again, thank you so much for your support of us and our company, and allowing us to stay here.
I'm Margie Simmons. I'm the CEO of Landscape Forms, and I just want to echo Jody's comments in that we're very appreciative of your support for our project. It is a very large investment. As Jody said, the single largest investment our company's ever made. It's been a big, long journey for us, but we're very committed to Kalamazoo County and continuing to grow in Comstock Township. So we're very proud to be a part of the community, and we really thank you for your support.
Any comments from commissioners? Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you. Comstock is part of my district now, has been for a couple of years, and I was familiar even before that with Landscape Forms. You know, it's exciting to see where you guys are headed. I know the people in Comstock Township they passed you guys unanimously last night. And is Rakowitz here? Yeah, you didn't know that the inside benches in the new courthouse were from Landscape Forms. He's the one that told me the ones outside were, but you know, I'll update Dave anytime I can. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you to you and your team and your company. And how excited I am for Landscape Forums, but I also want this to be from the county commission to the community of Kalamazoo County, that we care about these companies that have been fostered and grown in our area and continue to provide lots of good paying jobs. And I think we as a governmental entity want to support those companies when they do expansion. So I hope this is not just a one and out done with just Landscape Forums, but I hope this sends a larger message to the business community within Kalamazoo County that we care and that we're here to help facilitate the kind of growth necessary to make it a better place for our citizens. So thank you very much. Commissioner Gissler again.
Left a stone unturned, and that was the jobs that are involved in this expansion. And Joe, have you speculated on what the impact will be on the local economy?
I don't have that data point, but the jobs are projected 125 new jobs over a 3-year period. Average wage was, I'm nervous throwing out a number without notes in front of me, but these are good paying jobs, certainly well above the median wage in the county. And but we did not do an economic impact.
Thanks. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No worries.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepburn.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We do want to, I want to echo what John has said, and we do want to thank you for your continued efforts in expansion and creating the jobs that you're creating for our community, all of us. And we look forward to working with you. And as John said, others that coming in down that same path, that to create jobs for our citizens and help our communities. Because if you're helping them, they're helping us. We're making a better community to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do we have a motion to come out? Lou, do we have to come out of this public hearing, correct, before we vote on the next one?
There are no more questions or anything like that. The public hearing can just simply be ended.
Well, then I will end the public hearing with no other. And now there is a motion. Oh, somebody's got to make the motion. I can't. Oh, Commissioner DeLuca.
2024-963, a request for approval of resolution to adopt the proposed Landscape Forums Incorporated brownfield plan in the Charter Township of Comstock.
There is a motion on support, and let's do a voice vote on this because this is a big deal.
Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer, Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs, Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
You have 6 yes.
Thank you very much. Now we have moved on to public comment. This is an opportunity for residents to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name, where you're from, and you have up to 3 minutes. And this is an opportunity to give dialogue in a respectful manner to the board.
Good evening, Jeff Messer, City of Kalamazoo resident and candidate for Kalamazoo Public Library District Board of Trustees on your November 5th ballot nonpartisan section. If you live anywhere in the city of Kalamazoo, Kalamazoo Township, Oshkosh Township, or the one precinct in Texas Township near KVCC. So people can start voting by absentee ballot as soon as next week, Thursday. And I encourage you to take advantage of this opportunity to vote from home. But I would further encourage you, don't vote your ballot immediately. We've distributed my campaign flyers to about 2,000 homes. We're not going to get to all, I don't know, 150,000 voters by next Thursday. We're doing as much as we can. I would encourage you, and this is not just for me, but for all the other positions, wait. I encourage you, get your absentee ballot, put it in a safe place, vote it like the last week of October. The longer you wait, the closer to the election, you'll have more information about the candidates. You'll hear more in the media and you'll have more context. So if you wait, You'll have more information, and that includes me as well. So again, we've distributed these to about 2,000 homes in the library district. But if we haven't gotten to you yet, let me just read you what you will be missing. Of course, the front, it says vote Jeff Messer. Got my picture. Kalamazoo Public Library trustee, November 5, general election ballot, nonpartisan section. Let me open it up, and it's like a little book on the inside. Let me just read the first page. As KPL trustee, Jeff Messer will aim to improve the patron experience when using library facilities by prioritizing deferred maintenance projects. He will seek to restore full pre-pandemic operating hours, repair frequent central library roof leaks, restore public access to video recordings of library board meetings, encourage public attendance at and participation in library board meetings, as much as now Kalamazoo is doing this evening by encouraging the public to come to these meetings, restore seating for reading of books. Incredibly, they removed a lot of the seating during the pandemic and they have not put it back. Patrons complain about that all the time. I go to the library and there's no place to read books. It's crazy. Recognize that many patrons use library buildings as a place to meet, community center, and mobile office space. The library is not a book warehouse anymore. If we just wanted a book warehouse, we could replace the whole thing with like a mechanized retrieval system, like have 2 employees or operate the mechanized retrieval system, and it'd be like a giant vending machine. The library buildings have a lot more use than just as a book warehouse. Designate indoor eating areas. Install hot water dispensers for patron and staff use, for example, instant coffee, oatmeal, hot cocoa, tea, noodles, etc. Establish recycling for aluminum cans and plastic bottles. Facilitate better cleaning of public spaces. Create plant seed library. Replace functionally obsolete, dirty, worn, 26-year-old computer workstation furniture. And the bottom line is the bottom line. Oversee more responsible management of taxpayer funds, no tax increases. Thank you. Please pass these on to the commissioners for districts 1, 2, and 3.
Well, I think we have to pass them to every commissioner in order to be public record, but appreciate that. Yeah, I think we all have to get one. Thank you very much. Any other citizens wishing to address the board?
Of the city of Kalamazoo. Happy to be here tonight. I'm also here representing Now Kalamazoo. If you're not familiar, Now Kalamazoo is a nonprofit, nonpartisan group on a mission basically to increase the quality of life, improve quality of life in Kalamazoo County. And we do that through invigorating the information ecosystem. We're journalists and information providers. I'm here tonight because I brought most of the people who remain seated here as part of one of our activities called a town hall field trip. It's one of the many things that we're doing in preparation for the election in November. We have another town hall field trip next week. We're taking people to a Portage School Board meeting. And what I'd love to tell all the commissioners about and invite you to is a voters forum that we are organizing for October 8th. That's a Tuesday night. It's going to be at KNAC, the old First Baptist Church in downtown Kalamazoo. And our goal with that meeting is to produce a citizens agenda. So we're inviting as many citizens as we can get to come to that meeting, express their wants, express their concerns for all of our local elected officials like you. And from that, we're going to produce a citizens agenda, basically the things that the community has told us they care about and want you all to work on. And we're asking also all of our elected officials and candidates to come to that meeting and listen to what folks have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you to what you're doing for increasing the information in Kalamazoo County. I said it out to you in the hallway, but having a robust fourth estate and robust press is essential. County government doesn't work without it. So I appreciate you. Any other citizens wishing to address the board? Okay, this takes us to reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller. Just really quick, I'll be really quick. The Brownfield landscape forums thing that we did tonight, that took a long time to get in the making, but this was a big deal. This is probably the biggest economic development piece we've done as a board since the arena. And I think it's going to pay a huge dividend for the residents in Kalamazoo County. So thank you again to the board members that helped pass that. With that, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Quickly, a lot going on. I know Kevin's been working hard, working on the new emergency management position and getting that filled in an appropriate manner. We'll be working with you on that. I'm sure we're going to hear more. Again, we need to thank our men and women who protect us here and abroad. Our police, our fire, our emergency medical folks, all of those folks, when you see them, thank them for what they do. And we need to thank our diligent staff. It's almost back up to 1,000 people that take care of our buildings, take care of our parks, take care of our vehicles, take care of our courts and our prosecutors and our sheriff's people. Our health department works diligently daily to keep us informed. We have had some reports now of West Nile and Triple E in our county. We need to be vigilant. That will probably end shortly when the weather turns extremely Michigan and we get some snow and cold. With that, please be safe out there. Have a safe week and watch out for the full moon tonight.
Thank you. Administrator Callen.
Thanks so much, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. So tonight, certainly want to start off by saying, great meeting, lots of discussion, lots of info, especially on the budget. And so appreciate all the comments, the questions, and certainly it doesn't stop there. If you have additional comments or questions, feel free to reach out to me and we can get you some answers. I did just send out the Fund 610, the Employee Benefits Fund history. So we have that to the board. So please review that. If you have any questions on anything, please let us know. We're here to answer those and ensure we get a good budget for 2025. There's a lot of work from all departments really that went into this. So, obviously hats off to you all for listening to our spiel tonight. And we look forward to working with you to close this out and have a good budget to present for October 15th. So going forward, we'll have budget presentations, or not presentations necessarily now that you've received it, but we will have budget discussions at every meeting. So on October 1st and on October 15th, even at the committee of the whole on October 15th, there's still time to change line items within the budget. And then that evening, we should hopefully prepare to adopt that. So we're looking forward to that. Wanted to just share just a couple of other items. First, I'll start off with the emergency management state assistance for individuals. So the state of Michigan has programmed some funding into their budget for their 24-25 budget. Their fiscal years, they share it the same fiscal year as the feds. So it starts October 1 and September 30th. So beginning October 1, we'll have some additional access to funding. I'm working with Senator Sean McCann's Chief of Staff, Shane, to work through the Leo department and then the Department of the Michigan State Police. There's two funding buckets for about $3 million each, $2 million from Leo, $1 million from MSP. And it sounds like the MSP funding basically for the most part has no strings attached. So I have some meetings set up with them to go over some options that we have to distribute some funding out there to the individuals impacted by the tornado. So looking forward to providing some much needed relief in that area. You also received an email from Discover Kalamazoo, Jane Ghosh, the CEO, about the Street Rods parade, the car parade. So that is scheduled this Friday, and if you want to participate, just let her know. They're going to ride from the Expo Center to downtown Kalamazoo, and then circle back around. So they'll start lining up at about 11 at the fairgrounds, and then leave by noon. And it should take about 30 to 45 minutes. Commissioner Strebs was able to participate in that last year and said it was a blast with her daughter Olive. So, and by the way, since I said Olive, if she's watching, happy birthday, Olive. So yeah, so glad I remembered that. So the last item is just wanted to gauge the board on participating in a joint meeting with the Road Commission. They have asked that we have that joint meeting. As you know, both bodies adopted a resolution way back when, I think it was like 2014, where both bodies would host joint meetings at least twice a year. So the dates they're looking at are October 22nd and October 29th, either or. So just think about that. Maybe by October 1st, we can talk about solidifying a date if interested for October 22nd or October 29th to meet with jointly with that group. And otherwise, that's all I have. And happy to take your question, Vice Chair.
I've got a question on the joint meeting aspect of it. Who would set the agenda?
You stumped me there. So I bet what we could probably do is, so our board leadership, we could work together to come up with some agenda items, obviously in consultation with our board. And then I would imagine they'll probably do the same thing. And then we can have kind of, some, topics from county, topics from road commission, and then, public comment and things like that. So that's what I imagine, but I can true that up with the managing director.
Yeah, I chew that up. And if we have opportunity to put some stuff on there ourselves, then I would certainly welcome the opportunity. And I think it could be beneficial for both groups.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair. That's all I have, unless there's any other questions.
All right, Commissioner Morales, you get to go first today.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll keep it short. Look at my notes. Today is National Voter Registration Day, so if you have not registered to vote, make sure you do so. If you need help, y'all know how to contact me. Congratulations to Under Sheriff Van Dyken. I did not realize today was the last day, so I'm gonna get with the sheriff, see if I can get out to their campus and celebrate him, or if they're having something. Kevin, can you check and see if we could be in support of his retirement? And then happy birthday, Olive. I don't know how old is she, 7? 6. Happy birthday, Olive. You didn't tell Bo to go to bed. Go to bed, Bo. And Kevin, thank you for you and your team for all that you do, your hard work. This was very, very good. And I'm glad I didn't even have to call you. So good job. And to everybody else, good night.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, thank you, Kevin, and your team for all your hard work. It's been very helpful, even if we do pester you with questions. Happy birthday, Olive. Very exciting, turning 6. And thank you to everybody who came out. It's fantastic to see a crowd here. It's really awesome when we have community engagement. It's one of my favorite things is when we can hear from our community members or even just see your faces and have you be involved, because we do make a lot of really big decisions that affect you, and I would love to keep you in the loop as much as we can. And just so you know, you can watch at home, so you don't have to come here in person if you don't want to, but we love seeing you. So thank you for being here. And thank you everyone else for your hard work tonight. I know we kind of did a marathon of a committee of the whole, but it was awesome. So thanks.
Commissioner DeLue.
Yeah, speaking of the committee of the whole, again, for the second time in a month, have to apologize for not being here. We had an unfortunate incident in the community I work in today, and I was called into work. So sorry I wasn't here, but I'm glad I made it to this meeting and missed a great presentation probably. But I'll have to do my homework and see if I have any questions. So, thank you.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have more items than I usually have. First of all, everybody should have gotten one of these, a pocket constitution. Today is officially Constitution Day. So you can see mine's a little dog-eared. I don't know it, but I'm learning it. And I don't want to diminish the value of Constitution Day, but we won't have another meeting for another 2 weeks. And I must remind everybody, especially those with kids, that 2 days from now, the 19th, is annual Talk Like a Pirate Day. Arr. I want to compliment the entire team that put together, and it was a ton of people. I won't try to name them all, but you know who you were, that made the Justice Center, the Charles A. Pratt Justice Center dedication such a success. It was an effort that was humongous, and it all pulled together seemingly at the last minute, but it was extremely well done. And we won't, as of, I don't know, this is probably common knowledge, but I'll mention it anyway. And that is that our road commission, excuse me, managing director, Joanna Johnson, is retiring on November 5th. And we won't have to deal with her anymore. Uh-huh. Anyway, and this was close to home. I got an email about last Friday, I think, telling me that somebody had filed a warranty deed on my house. I said, hello? Well, I came down to the registrar's office and said, guys, what's going on? And they went into their records and assured me that that was because my wife and I redid our wills and we turned most assets over to a trust. And that was what triggered it. And it made me dig back up these things that the clerk's office made available to us about a year, maybe 2 years ago. And if anybody's interested, it works. And it's propertyfraudalert.com. And I'm sure the people in the clerk's office can give you a chapter and verse if that's as far as you want to go with it. But I was extremely distressed when I first got the email, but then when I found out what it was, I thought, every now and then something works. So thank you very much.
And Commissioner Gissler, most people think the pirate's favorite letter is R, but is love be the C? With that, we are adjourned.
Oh, Vice Chair, real quick. Sorry. I have two very quick
I wanted
items.
to end on a joke.
Yes, really quick. I apologize. So that the public is aware, just as a reminder, this county administration building is closed this Friday, the 20th, and then Monday, the 23rd for a planned power outage for all the consumers' work that is ongoing and happening. County staff that are able to will be working from home that have remote capabilities. And then lastly, really quick, myself, Deputy Administrator Smith, and Deputy Administrator Cole will be attending the ICMA conference scheduled this Friday through next Wednesday. So we'll be available. So our board leadership meeting we'll just have on Zoom. We have that capability, but just wanted to let you all know we'll still be working and available, but wanted to let you know that. And that's all I have.
Now, without objection, we are adjourned.